the farthest reaches of the galaxy, the Midwest. You're watching Beyond the Blast Doors live.
It's the great return. It's like the return of the Jedi era for this channel. It's pretty impressive. I'm really excited about it. I want you to be excited about it. I want all of us in this moment to be excited because for the first time in 8 months, I specifically scheduled a live stream. The live stream is happening, and of course, it would be Lego centric. A lot has happened the last 8 months, and so we'll cover some of that over the course of the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't know how long this is going to go, but I'm really looking forward to opening up this set, and we're upping the production value here on Beyond the Blast Doors live because we now have a second camera shot. This is exciting. Don't know what that square is in the middle. We're still working out the kinks. You might say we have a kinky setup here on Beyond the Blast Doors live, but we can do things like this. What is that? Is my camera like targeting onto the spaceship? This is oddly fitting the theme of our get together here this afternoon, this evening, this afternoon, this present time. You and I are sharing. David Amlotti here with you. I'm rambling, but I'm just very excited to be having this stream up. It's been absolutely crazy. What's happened the last 8 months? Well, the network ended. That was one thing. My dad got cancer and died. So it's heavy. And when you prioritize those things, yeah, I'm putting that up here, and everything else down here. That's why I backed away. And so here we are. I thought it was no better idea. If I'm going to start back up on the channel, and kind of do this 3.0, what I'm calling the Return of the Jedi era of Beyond the Blast Doors live, then I think I should start with the Lego build. And so here on the, I'm going to put my hand in the box. This is so great. I cannot wait to figure out how to get rid of that square. But I will tell you, we're doing the Star Wars 20th Anniversary Slave 1. Like I said, it's the 20th Anniversary Edition, so it is called the Slave 1, not Boba Fett Starship. I don't really care either way what the hell this thing is called. It's a badass ship, and I'm going to be building it. It's 100,007 pieces, and the exclusive figure with it is the Leia, which is really exciting because that is the one original minifigure that I don't have in my collection. So we're going to tear into this thing here momentarily. A big thanks to everyone who decided to join live tonight in the live chat because this was planned 13 hours ago. And so there are some people who actually cleared their evening schedule to be here on the live stream. We got Frammy, we got Kat in here. Really excited. Thank you guys for making time. And if you guys don't mind, go ahead and share this on your social media right now, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever you have, and see how many people we can get in here joining us. And like I said on Twitter, if you have a webcam and you have a Lego set that you want to build, let me know if you just DM me on Twitter. I'll send you the invite link. Very simple for you to get in here and we can build together. Or if you just have a webcam and just want to randomly bring up a topic for me to discuss, we can ease back into this whole live streaming YouTube situation that we've done so well for the last 4.5, 5 years. So yeah, really excited about this. We're gonna get started, and well, let's have some fun. Before I cut into this, maybe I shouldn't be so rude. Before I cut into this, I am going to bring in my buddy. He was here for 1.0 and half of 2.0, and he is now joining me live here on Beyond the Blast Doors. We have Mr. Jesse Buck. How are we doing, Jesse?
Hey, Dave. How we doing? Hey,
I'm delightful. I'm just realizing this moment. There's no way I'm finishing this ship in this live stream. So I guess we can automatically release the secret, or not keep the secret in, but we're obviously going to have another live stream here, and that's not a problem at all.
Oh, not a problem at all.
All right. So what set? I've showcased the set that I have. What set do you have?
Well, I ventured out to the local Walmart here and managed to snag the Mandalorian Starfighter, which comes with Bo-Katan,
yes,
Gar Saxon, and a Mandalorian Loyalist. It's one of my favorite starships introduced from the Clone Wars series, and I'm glad that Lego did a remake of it. I'm excited to add that to my own collection of ships.
What a great find that is. For some reason, I thought you were grabbing a Mandalorian set, so I'm even happy. Well, obviously, let me say that again. Obviously, that's the Mandalorian set, but I thought you were getting a set from like the Mandalorian series. So that is fitting your narrative perfectly of being truly Mandalorian themed. So let's go ahead and tear into our boxes here, and away we go. And yeah, so it's been several months since I took the time to do a live build. Jesse, when's the last time that you gave your Saturday night to build Legos with a grown man?
It's definitely been a while.
It's not a normal thing for you?
I think the last time the last time I did a live Lego build with you would have been with you and David Gilbert when you were still at Ridgebrook.
Yeah,
So
that
that
would
would
have
have
been,
a
God,
long
can you
time
believe
ago.
that's a year and a half ago?
And I only had that little tiny Lego set because that's the only one that I really wanted.
Listen, it's not a measuring contest here. I'm not here to judge you.
I think the last set that I put together, I think about it, would have either been the Razor Crest or the I got the what was it, the 40th anniversary Darth Vader and Luke duel on Bespin.
Okay.
Piece where they're out on the catwalk. It would have been either the Razor Crest or that. Oh, that's odd. Normally they put the stickers in one of the bags. There it is.
Want to give a shout out. Mr. Rez is with us in the live chat, and this is someone who has stuck with us here at Beyond the Blast Doors since damn near the very beginning.
Oh,
There
yeah.
was even this awkward period of time where he and I weren't like, we were like blocked each other on social media. I don't know how it worked out, but I'm glad we figured out what was the problem. Then we got reconnected, and has never missed a beat. And I really appreciate you making some time, Rez, to be here tonight. I got to tell you, you mentioned the stickers, Jesse. Nothing burns my bubble more. I don't know if I should show it in this. Should I show it in this camera? Should I show it in this camera? There's a little bit of a delay. That's okay. But, oh, here. Okay, this is what I'll do.
Was yours loose inside the box too?
No, but it was in with the instruction booklet. But nothing makes me more mad than stickers. I guess it's cheaper for Lego.
Yeah.
But when I look back at my original sets that I have, I mean, we're talking about like 98, 99. No, those decals are still there and they're still crisp. Why? Also because I'm anal retentive and I take care of those sets. But really, it's because they're printed on there. It was a great method.
Yeah, it just there's something a little more quality about it.
Yep.
I was actually, with the UCS slave one that I did, there was stickers for that, and I was actually disappointed with that. You think for a UCS set they would avoid doing stickers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking? I'm just throwing my Legos all over the place.
So are you the kind of guy that sorts all the pieces out first and then goes, or
3, 4? Oh, they're out of number. This would happen. Honestly, no. I don't like the stickers, right? But what I do like is how they've numbered the bags.
Yeah.
And that's fantastic because, yeah, it used to be you'd open up the box, you dump out all the pieces, and you'd spend so much time sifting through trying to find the piece. And honestly, when you're 9 years old, you don't have anything better else to do. Go outside and eat popsicles or something. So you might as well do that. So, no, I'm a big fan of just going bag by bag. And take my time with it. I've got a beverage here. Do you have a beverage with you, Jesse?
I do, actually. I've got a little bit of Crown and Coke.
Okay.
Nothing too fancy, but...
I don't want to scare you, but the sound of Legos pouring onto his surface slowly as I see more poly bags inside slide on out as well, it brings me a joy and satisfaction that I don't know if I can probably communicate in this moment. And
it's... one of those things, it instantly makes
Don't say it's arousing. Please don't.
Well, no, I was going to say it makes you think of your childhood.
Oh, yeah, kind of.
My brothers and I...
Are you building?
Yeah.
I'm looking at your back.
You're looking at my back.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to build on your... Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Now we can see into your home. Yeah. This is funny. I'm glad you have pants on. The live chat's really concerned. We've got Frammy asking. The real question here is pants ? So I put out on Twitter, I was like, there's a few things we're going to do differently here on Beyond the Blast Doors Live moving forward to keep things fun for this guy. Okay. Because What happens is, and it's happened every year that we've been doing this since 2016, is we hit October and this boy needs a sabbatical. And
Yep.
like we're talking about like a 4 to 6 week sabbatical. Now, I just took off like 8 months basically. You could ask anyone that was with the network. I was pretty much MIA. I think I did like 5 episodes in that time frame. So
They were pretty scattered. I can definitely attest to that.
yeah, it wasn't ideal. They gave me like 7 pairs of goggles in here for Boba. This is
I know Boba doesn't even use goggles.
this is nice.
It's
Very
nice,
happy.
especially if you've got a little clone army. You can add
I am
stuff
gonna
to the
lose.
visors.
I'm gonna lose my mind if I'm building a seismic charger with this set. If I actually get to assemble a seismic charge.
Oh, careful! See now that when you say seismic charge, I automatically hear that sound in my ears, and then I just get a little hot and bothered from that.
Yeah. There we go back and don't say it's arousing. I'm getting hot and bothered off a sound effect. I will tell you that it's probably a top 3 sound effect in Star Wars. For me, like the first one has to be the lightsaber, but I think the seismic charge is right there after it.
Yes, I would say lightsaber is like probably one of the earliest sounds that I think everybody just absolutely loves. As a kid, I think for me, one of the other ones was the sound of TIE fighters. Roaring end.
Okay, I can roll with that. All right, I'm gonna try and do this in a way because I'm trying to be conscious of the people joining us on the live stream, and I don't want you staring at my back the entire.
Yeah, I totally. I was like, I got so enthralled with milling my parts out. I'm one of those people. I sit here and I kind of pair everything together so I can find it quickly. I kind of got addicted to Adam Savage's videos, and he talks about milling stuff out. And
that's funny. All right. So again, I don't know why this square exists. So anyone watching the rewind, I'm aware there's a square, and it's probably not going to go away.
The camera is just so excited to be doing a BD show that it's staying on target.
Well played. Throwback to 2019 when we had staying on target.
Staying on target. Yep.
All right. So let's see. Oh, we got Scotty J-Ro in the live chat. My
Hi,
dude.
Hey, Scotty.
Scotty, good to see you, buddy. All right, so Frammy's thrown a lot of number in the bags was a great move by Lego. We were always going to be right here where you left us. So that's very sweet. How about Lego considering a black that fits the kit with sound? Oh, like a block. Like an audio block? Oh, yeah. He definitely wrote block. I misread that. Electronic stand with sound effects. I'm always into sound effects with Lego. There's guys, you can go on the internet, and you see this done with the Falcon a lot, but yeah, they put in a light block, and then the back lights up, and it looks like it's going to hyperspace. What looks even more impressive is if you find these builders who have like the creator modular buildings. I've got a few behind me. I think my shot's too low for you to see that, but they'll put lights in there, and it looks like a real freaking building. I mean, the still photography some people are able to pull off with Lego is exceptional. Maybe I should start building.
They make
20 minutes in this build. I haven't built a thing.
They make a number of those lighting kits for a lot of different sets. They make one for the Razor Crest. For the most part, it looks good, but I feel like it lights the cockpit up too much.
Mm-hmm. All right. If this looks stupid with my head turned, then you can tell me. But I'm gonna start building. Let's do this. Also, I didn't know this, but looking inside the manual, they show you the original version of the Slave One set. And I had this one. I actually had this on display until one day I decided to have Luke Skywalker in the original X-Wing chase down Boba Fett. And then the Slave One went spiraling down in the basement. And there were so many pieces that went so many different directions. I never was able to recover them all, and so never got reassembled. I'm an idiot. But I think this is really cool. The 20th anniversary sets were, I thought, a great idea.
I had that set too. I don't know what's more tragic. You blowing up Slave One by throwing it down some stairs, or See, my mom gave all of my brother and I's Legos away. My brothers and I call this the Great Lego Purge.
I'm so sorry for you. Like I apologize.
So
You shouldn't
this
have
is
done
a
that to
funny
you.
story. You remember at Celebration, Lego had that kind of little booth area, and they had sets on display in the glass cases.
Yes.
So one of the original Lego Slave One was on display. So I took a picture of it with my phone and I texted it to my mom. I said, "You remember this? I used
Oh
to
boy.
have this until you gave it away."
That's such a hostile move.
I
What did your mom
harassed
say
her.
in response? Like, get over it?
Oh gosh, like
I
yeah,
can't imagine there was much empathy.
we were really big into the castle Legos as kids, my brothers and I, and
We're so old.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And and one of the Lego castle sets, which is actually, I guess, semi rare to find in the States, was the Black Knight's Castle, and we had that. And I got curious a number of years ago, and like checked on like what is it? What's the buy? You buy Legos there, Bricklink, I think.
Yep.
And like the going price on it, and I'd like check eBay, and every now and then I'd be like, "You remember that castle?" And it'll be like maybe like 15 minutes, and I'll get like this question mark. I was like, "It's now going for this much on eBay." And yeah, she's like, "You gotta let that go, honey. That was a long time ago."
Well,
It's just like I could help it.
I'm having a hiccup here. I have
Oh,
Boba Fett here. Maybe you can identify the issue we got here. I'll show you here. So that's Boba Fett, but he doesn't have his jetpack on, and I can't get his head off.
FR Amy says, I mentioned Adam Savage's Tested channel. Did we ever watch his team build the Lego Death Star and Super Star Destroyer and then smash them together? I did not, but I feel like now I need to see this and then be on the same level of mourning that you are.
I can't imagine. I love the kids who go on YouTube and they'll build a Ultimate Collector Series, whatever, and then they just throw it and smash it. It gets views. I get it. I get why you would do that. But I did not know that Legos were meant to be built, taken apart, so you could build them again. I thought you just bought the set, you build it once, and then it's a shelf piece. But apparently people actually take the time to like unbuild them and then rebuild them. And that just seems silly.
I actually know somebody who they'll build them, take them apart, rebuild them, but as they rebuild them, they glue the pieces back together because they don't want them to come apart. I mean, it's just like, why? Okay, so now I'm actually building. I've kind of organized the first bag here.
Yeah, you're doing better than I am. I'm probably gonna break Boba Fett in this moment because I can't get his head separated. Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Well,
That's
you
not good.
don't want to separate his head. He's not Django.
Well, okay, I get the reference. I just wanted to put the man's jetpack on. Man, is this rivet? I honestly, Frammy, Scotty, all you guys, Galanorian Saber is in the house. Oh my gosh, this makes me so happy. Hey, welcome. We are attempting to build Legos. Oh my!
Did you
Dude,
break
I just
it?
sent his head sailing across my room.
Oh, good. Well, you better hurry before Paul eats it.
No, I got the cats kicked out. Mandy's downstairs with the cats. She got married a long time ago. She is way more accepting of all this stuff now that we're married. And I would encourage you, if you find somebody special in your life, if you know it after 6 months, go ahead and just lock it down. Your life just gets so much easier, because she's not like, when are you gonna marry me? It's none of that. All goes away. It all goes away, and it's just like, I love you. I tell her I love you like so much, and she says it back.
I've got Bo-Katan put together here, and
well, that's not your true love.
It's a fictional love.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm gonna go get Jenga or Boba's head here. Just a second.
Chat. I've got Bo-Katan done here. Fantastic print, honestly.
I'm in pain.
Look at that. Kind of a metallic sheen to the armor. Well done, Lego. Well done. Bo-Katan comes with,
Oh my god.
I don't know, this kind of makes her look like Velma
So how much of
from,
that did you hear?
I heard a lot of grunting and something about you being in pain.
Yeah, I am. Also, do you have one of these?
I do. I actually built it. It's in my bedroom on that display shelf.
So I've got two of these bad boys. And I guess I could have done that tonight, but I was like, oh no, that'll take like 5 minutes. I want something a little bit more of a commitment. But I didn't realize it was going to take me like 40 just to put together a minifigure. All right.
David, check out this Bo-Katan minifigure though. Look at that.
That's right detail.
Yeah, it's pretty good. She comes with a hairpiece, but I'm not happy about it.
Really?
I feel like they could have done a little better job because with it on, she kind of looks like a messed up Velma from Scooby-Doo.
Oh wow.
It's a little shiny there, but yeah, I don't think we'll be using the hairpiece too much for display.
I gotta tell you, just so pleased with how the character was handled in The Mandalorian.
That made me so happy. Oh my gosh. I've just been nonstop, just happy with that show. And I know a lot of people are like, well, Jesse, you're a Mandalorian nut. Of course you're going to be happy with it. There's just a larger thing going with that show. There's a lot of world building taking place and a lot of connective tissue that Favreau and Filoni have been doing through that show. And then Filoni's been further building on that connective tissue with Bad Batch.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Hey, I want to say
Speaking
real
of
quick,
Bad Batch,
real quick, I just want to say hi to Matthew because he's joining us. Matthew, a big supporter of Beyond the Blast Doors Live, the network when it was around. Of course, we got Scotty in here, a former alum. And we're all just hanging out together, building Legos. It's so cool because I've been away for so long, but seeing everyone interacting in the live chat is really cool. I have no idea how many people will show up over the course of the night. I don't know if other folks are going to jump on and build with us, but this is just really special.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, if anyone has Lego set, I mean, let me know in the live chat. I'll put out the invite, and we'll get you on the show. Frammy, see, David, build it, and they will come. Yeah, I was covering the Field of Dreams game for work, and so I heard a line similar to that said quite a bit for like an entire week because everybody thinks they know the line. The line is, "If you build it, he will come, Ray," and everyone's like, "No, if you build it, they will come."
Well, I think no. Here's the thing: is in Wayne's World 2, when they're doing Wayne stock.
I hate you right now.
Yeah, there's that line in there, very similar, and so I wonder if people get the two kind of like crisscrossed,
Oh, I'm sure that's exactly what's it.
Okay, I've got.
But yeah, Matthew, thanks for being here. Galanorian, see, this just makes me so happy. Yeah, honestly, guys, I don't know if I can guarantee this is every weekend, but as long as I have a set in construction, yeah, we'll be doing the live stream. So if you don't have a Lego set tonight, that's okay. Make sure you go out there in the next 7 days, buy one. We'll be back here next weekend. We can put one together. Put one together. That's great.
You know what? And thank you for inviting me on tonight too, David. It's kind of good to interact with the peeps and talk shop and Star Wars. I feel like there's a lot to talk about.
We're friends, and it's been like a year and a half since we've been able to physically be together. So if there's one person in my life that I know has like a Lego set or would run out the door and buy one so he could live stream for 2 hours with nonstop chatter, it's you. So this worked out gloriously.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, JD is with us. JD, good evening. Thanks for being with us. Let's go back to what you were talking about, Jesse, is the world building of The Mandalorian. I know you had asked me about Bad Batch, but let's start with Mandalorian first. Okay. What's your prediction here? Where are we going in season 3?
Oh man, I've been putting a lot of thought into that. Of course, I don't know if you saw it. Was it a couple weeks back or something? There was like I don't know if it was actually confirmed as like an official artwork, but it was Luke with Grogu holding a lightsaber. Um, so I mean, and part of me is like, well, that would be kind of interesting to see Grogu, going through training. But then at the same time, I kind of feel like that takes away from the namesake of the show. So I think probably what we'll end up getting is, but we got a little bit of reprieve though. At the same time, we've got Book of Boba first before we get season 3. So I don't know if maybe Book of Boba will tie in and kind of change
I'm just so hard
what
pressed
I'm
to
expecting.
think they're going to make the Mandalorian about Luke and Grogu, because unless I completely misunderstand, I'm pretty sure the Mandalorian is the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And so I would be really frustrated. And again, a lot of fans had that concern when Ahsoka showed up, right? A lot of people thought that Ahsoka was going to hijack the series. And really, she just got one episode so they could kind of spin off her series that hopefully we get here in a couple of years. But I'm really hard pressed to think that they'll give the series over to Luke and Grogu. Maybe we see them again. I'd like to see them go to Mandalore. I feel like that's where the story is headed.
Yeah, I actually do. I do think that's definitely
Mandalore in
happening.
live action. How sweet is that?
Oh, I mean, it's there's just so much there. I mean, you've got so you had Order 66, and then you have an event basically called the Purge, which obviously the Empire was not all that happy with Mandalorians at some point. So, which also kind of makes me wonder if maybe that's something. Well, no, because I
What?
feel like that Purge would maybe have taken place sometime, maybe sometime after Rebels. Because
Mm.
the Mandalorians kind of rise up in Civil War during Rebels, so I was kind of thinking, well, what if they go there during Bad Batch season 2? But I don't know if that will happen.
Okay, so you want to know the truth? And nobody hate me right now. I still haven't finished Bad Batch season 1.
Really?
Haven't done it. I have such a
you've
hard
been,
time.
been busy
I'm
though.
Well, I've been busy. I don't want to use that as an excuse, but at the same time, a lot of those episodes, I would have a real hard time with Omega. I'm just being honest, and I understand that not every Star Wars is made for a 29-year-old guy. I understand that. And I understand this is a continuation of the Clone Wars. But here's the thing. When you go from that season 7 of Clone Wars and that tone, especially those last 4 episodes,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and then you go to the Bad Batch, I mean, I feel like I'm watching season 2 of Clone Wars again, where like the pacing is a little off. And it's, the humor and dialogue, it's all geared towards, 11-year-olds. And that's fine. But I'm 3 episodes behind. So I will watch. I'm sure my tune will change. But I know that a lot of people are unhappy when I talk about Bad Batch because it's not like I'm not foaming at the mouth about it,
Yeah, I can actually kind of see that sentiment though, because I do feel there was definitely episodes that they were kind of, they weren't bad, but at the same time it was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's not really my cup of tea, but that's fine, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm really not trying to be like an entitled fan. Like I said at the beginning of this rant of mine, I totally get that they're not writing these episodes for me. They already know they've got me. They're trying to appeal to the kids. I'm a sucker. Really, that's what I'm saying.
I actually it's not anything new. Dave Filoni was on this. It's new to me because I saw it through my rabbit hole of YouTube watchings. But he was talking about how like some of the fans were like disgruntled when he like first introduced like Ahsoka. They didn't like her, and then those same fans would come up to him and, is she going to be okay? And he's like, wait a minute, I thought you didn't like him. You didn't like her, and sometimes it just takes a little while to grow on you.
But doesn't that say something about the quality of storytelling?
Yeah.
Because through storytelling, the Clone Wars in a lot of ways is Ahsoka's story. You get to see her from Padawan, and then you get to see, oh no, my camera went down. Oh no.
Oh no.
Let's do this. Did that work? Okay. There we go. We're back.
There you go. Yep.
We're rocking, we're rolling.
I don't have much to show here build wise. It's like a little block.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's lame. But no, I just think that you get to watch her from apprentice to the very end, where she obviously carves her own path, and I think she's got to be one of my top 5 favorite characters.
Oh, for sure. The interesting thing is I remember first watching the Clone Wars. Yeah, and it had been going for a number of seasons, and I don't know. I don't want to say it was because like, oh, I wasn't interested. Like I was like, oh, it's a cartoon. I don't want to watch it. It's just I was just kind of behind everybody else on it, and it's just like, okay, I'm unsure about this character. I didn't hate her. I was unsure about it. And then as I watched more Clone Wars, she definitely grew on me. And it's like, man, this is a fantastic character.
Really cool observation here. Framing saying, they're just live chats having conversation about Clone Wars, and he just was bringing up that it's a solid foundation for Bad Batch, but the first season of Clone Wars is really tough to watch. I actually like that first arc with the Malevolence. You get a little General Grievous love in there, Grievous. I think that was really well done. New technology, familiar characters, a familiar setting in space. I thought it worked really well. You get those original versions of the Y-Wing bombers. They play a role in that 3-story arc, or that 3-episode arc. So I really enjoyed that. But the first episode, was super lame, right? It's Yoda walking around with 5 clones. They take out like 100 droids. Asajj is there. And I think that Clone Wars, for some people, it probably would have been a benefit if the order of episodes, like, the order of events would have happened. You actually, if you take all the episodes of Clone Wars, you're supposed to watch these 5 from season 2, then you go to season 1, then you bounce back to 2, then it's like 3, 4, 5 or whatever. It's a mess. My actual next time I rewatch Clone Wars, I do want to go by the order of events as they actually happen and not by episode release.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I haven't done a watching like that of the Clone Wars, and maybe I should at some point.
Well, we still live in a pandemic, and I don't have many friends, so you just let me know. My, I say that, though. I'm sure my schedule's going to fill back up, but not at the present time, and that's why I'm building Legos on YouTube. I think it's really important to keep everything in perspective.
There's just something calming about building Legos.
They don't talk back to you. I like that part of it.
This is true. They don't yell at you.
I feel like, who yells at you?
Oh, it's pandemic life in retail is, boy, I could tell you some whoppers.
Oh, I bet you could. Don't have to. I don't want you to have to relive that stress, that trauma. All right, let's see here. I think I'm actually going to have something to show. Very excited.
I'm still building.
Get on your feet.
Still got like this weird little I think I'm building like the bottom side of the starship is what I think I'm working on here.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing a foundation. There's definitely a foundational build.
Don't get started on Prong Krell. He's
was Prong Krell the little guy?
No, Krell was the
the Jedi.
The Umbara arc there, where they were basically dealing with the Jedi that basically was like hating on all the clones.
I got you. Real quick, it's 8:50, 10 till 9 here on Central Time Zone. So just want to take a moment and say hi, everybody. Thanks for joining It is exactly what it looks like. You have two full-grown men building Legos, talking over the internet. We're not keeping any surprises from you. This is what it's going to be. So if you just want random Star Wars conversation, hang out with us in the live chat. Make sure if you tag us at BTBD Star Wars, then we'll see your message for sure. And if you have like a topic that you want Jesse and I to discuss out loud, you want to listen to, maybe you have a glass of whiskey poured, or maybe you prefer a dry red wine and you're sipping on that tonight, we're happy to oblige. Also, I'm a big Krell fan. I keep saying friend. This talkback is messing with me. What I'm meaning to say is I'm a big fan of Pong Krell. I thought the idea of a Jedi abusing the clones and having a little dark in him, I thought the character played very well.
Yeah, I did too. It was actually kind of surprising when I was like, I was not really expecting that.
Okay, so just a little bit of an update, Jesse. We got like the foundation of this ship. We're moving along here. We're making some progress.
Okay. Yeah, you're kind of like on the same stage that I am with mine. You're like building like a frame or some sort.
All right. I love how the audio, like I just like how the sound of all the Legos goes out over the stream. That cracks me up. All right, so let's do that. All right. Now it's all kind of like locked into place. This is exciting.
So David,
Yeah.
I've got to ask.
Okay.
You recently visited Galaxy's Edge.
Yes, I did.
How was it?
It was everything that I wanted. I did not get to go on Rise of Resistance. I am salty, and I understand. I understand what people are going to say is you just got to go back again. But realistically, the next theme park I go to is not going to be Hollywood Studios again. But as far as the scale, and maybe what I should do next week, I think Wednesday is going to be the first actual live show back.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have the 5 topics and we'll talk about, the latest and greatest stuff. But maybe that's actually something I should do. Maybe I'll get rid of one of the topics and I'll just show the photos and videos that I took. But I got to go with Mandy and then her mom and sister. And we had a blast. I'm obviously a uber Star Wars fan. Mandy tolerates it. And I would say that her mom has seen the movies once and Alyssa has seen none of them at all. But we all had a blast. Because the thing about it is, when you get into that part of the theme park, Bot 2.
Yeah.
Jesse, you can stand there and spin around 360, and you cannot see any trace of any other of the parks within Hollywood Studio. I mean, it's incredible. I stood there in front of the Millennium Falcon. First off, that thing is gorgeous. I mean, it is. It is large.
To scale? Like it feels like
yeah. Oh my god, yeah. And they have the ramp lowered, and I'm like really tempted just to run up to. I obviously, I don't want to get thrown out of the park, but yeah, it was incredible. You look up and you just these spires. I mean, 5, 6, 7 stories tall. You've got sound effects of you hear ships taking off and landing, and just like background chatter. The thoroughness. And we've been watching these videos for years, right? So like we knew that this was going to be impressive, but it's just crazy. And everyone's happy to be there. The only ones pissed off are the ones like me who didn't get to go on Rise of Resistance. But I got to go on Smuggler's Run, and it was an absolute blast. I flew. It was Mandy and I in the front, and then her sister and mom in the back. They were the gunners. And I guess we technically lost, but like it was a blast. I was in charge of steering the ship right and left. Mandy's up and down. They're blowing up TIE fighters. And that's what I thought was cool. Is I was with a bunch of people who did not necessarily like Star Wars a lot. But they had a blast.
See, then
blowing
that's
these
what's
ships
important.
up.
That's fantastic. I said that's fantastic.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, it was had a Ronto wrap. It was good. They have a Gold Squadron lager. They're gonna try and sell you on. Don't get it. It's like a citrusy beer. It sucks. But all the food that we had was respectable. It was good. I got a deck of what did I get? I got Sabak, and I did bring back a Diet Coke because it looks like a thermal detonator, so that's kind of cool.
Right.
But no, I thoroughly enjoyed Galaxy's Edge. I thought it was great. I encourage anyone to do it. But yeah, you're going to spend a lot of money when you do it because you're probably going to have to go to the park multiple days in case you don't get rise of resistance. You got to schedule ahead for a lot of things. Like you got to schedule ahead for the lightsaber build. That's an automatic $200 just to get the hilt. And then, of course, you got to pay extra to get the blade. Then you have to pay even extra if you want the carrying case for it, I believe. There's just, you're going to spend money. But if that's your vacation destination and that's the thing you're going to do, then that's going to be money spent very well. I just think that my perspective has changed so much in the last 8 months. I really thought I was going to be able to go there one time with Dad.
Yeah.
And so obviously that's not a reality. And so standing there, I was surprised how much more I appreciated just being able to stand there and to witness it. And I wasn't so envious of the kid walking around with their lightsaber, or they built their own astromech droid. All cool stuff. But I just was more focused on, wow, I'm here with family that I love a lot, and this is pretty cool. So I guess that's maturity and life events happening.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't trade it. I would go back, but I feel I had enough of the experience to where I don't need to just get back right on the plane and turn around and get there. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. I obviously I still haven't gotten to go yet, and I think it's something. I was talking to my mom the other day, and not to bring the show down, but yeah, my grandmother passed.
Yep. Oh, dude, yeah.
A couple weeks
Pandemic
back.
sucks for all of us.
And we went to Disney back when I was in 5th grade. So that's about 20 years ago now. And that's when Animal Kingdom was just opening up.
Mm-hmm.
And so not all the rides were available there, or they were like kind of limited. But it's just being there with family, And the thing is my brothers and I, we weren't big on Disney. We didn't grow up, with Disney movies,
Right.
kind of thing. So we were all kind of like, we didn't really want to go. But here's the thing: is we ended up having probably one of the best experiences of our childhood.
That's awesome.
And yeah, so my mom and I were talking about how maybe once pandemic really gets a little bit more under control, maybe getting a family trip and going back.
I think that would be great.
And I was like, I am totally down for that. I said, but you're gonna have to leave me there because I'll just stay. I'll become one with the park.
That's hysterical.
I was a little disappointed to hear that the refreshment dispensers were not sea walruses.
Oh my God,
like we originally discussed years ago.
Yeah, I know. One of the greatest moments you had on the show. All right, let's see what people are saying in the live chat.
What do we got? Yeah, what do we got?
Grammy
in live chat here?
is sending condolences to you for your loss. Yeah, we're really not trying to be downers, but this is why I have not been around. Jesse hasn't been on the show for like a year and a half, so in a lot of ways, we're catching up here.
Yeah,
and as you would expect, life sucks during a pandemic. But now we're building Legos. Like in the present moment, we're all good. Questioning here: has Lego ever made one of those expensive collector series Slave ones? A larger scaled one with a rotating compartment as seen in The Mandalorian would be epic. You have the UCS, Jesse. Does it rotate inside?
Yeah, I'll go get it. Give me a second.
Oh, hell yeah. And if you're listening right now on the live stream, I just want to double check. Are you getting any reverb from me when I speak? Only because this is the first time I'm doing a 2-camera setup. And, well, I just want to make sure that you're not having to fall victim to terrible audio. I think it's fine because if it wasn't, someone would say something by now. Yeah, Jesse has the UCS Slave one. It's impressive. I do not own, surprisingly. I say surprisingly because I'm such a Lego junkie, but I don't have a UCS set. That is the one thing that's missing from my collection. But You know, I would go for the Falcon, but I'm so disappointed still that the interior is such a joke. You know, it's what is it, 7,000 pieces, but it's basically all the exterior, which and it looks fantastic and it's massive. But I was really hoping the interior would be a full, 360 around the gunner tower, and it'd be really detailed in there. And really, it's just little scenes they've configured inside of there.
Okay, so yeah, I've got the UCS Slave 1 here. Let's see if I can get a...
Galanorian, thank you for the sound. Frammy, thank you as well. And Jesse, I'm going to let you have the floor here. Tell the good people about, I'm actually going to move you to the large window, and you tell the people about this ship.
Yeah, I think that's probably about as good as I can get with the camera angle.
That's fine. I'm just trying to make a strategy. The next time I'm in Quincy, I can break into your apartment.
So I think first off, I think these are still available, though hard to find. I think they're retailing about $200. So yeah, it's got one of the typical UCS stand. Comes with a Bespin security guard and a trooper. Of course, comes with Boba. I mean, it's what you would expect. It's detailed. As far as the cockpit moving, it does move, but you have to move it yourself. So it's one of those things where, yeah, it would rotate like that, but it's not bad for what it is.
So that's how they fake the effect. Because in the actual, obviously we've seen the Mandalorian, but the whole thing on the inside, rotates basically.
Yeah, I mean, as far as this goes, I mean, this is for the most part pretty hollow. They did a pretty good job. I mean, you've got the cargo door, which my big hand can barely get in there, but it comes with Han and carbonite, and it just kind of attaches there.
Is it durable? Like, is it a strong build, or is it fragile?
It's like a mixture of both. There's some parts of it that just feel like, definitely kind of like that fragile feel. But then there's like parts of it just that feel good. There's certain parts of this that you would not want to like try to pick it up with. It's because it's heavy for the most part. That's the big thing. And I should probably dust this later.
You got to take care of those legs, brother. I did something wrong here. This isn't good.
Actually, when we were actually talking about doing that first another Lego build, I was going to build this on there, if you remember.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And the only time I've ever had a problem with Amazon, they delivered this without an actual shipping box. So they left it on the front porch for the world to see that it was a Lego set. And 2, it was raining the entire day. And so on top of that, so the box was damaged. The box had holes in it. So then it turned into, well, now I got to actually put it together to see if I'm missing any parts. But it was all there. Fantastic build. This is definitely, probably one of my favorite sets that I have in my collection.
It's gorgeous. I mean, I can see most of it right now. I can see all of your back and part of the ship.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's good.
They did a really good job with like the brick color tones. There was a few stickers right here, like on the engine wing flaps here and along the sides, and that was a little bit of a disappointment. Printed pieces always look better. Whenever Lego does them, it's just like,
so stickers come. The UCS sets are stickers too?
Yeah. So I'm not sure how well you can. It's like along the side there. But yeah, you got stickers there. There's stickers here.
Jesse, would you mind picking it back up again and putting that in the camera?
Yeah.
I mean, just so we can see.
There we go. Yeah. So like right there on the side, that's sticker. You got a sticker there. There's another one kind of on the lower part, but I don't know. Like you get frustrated with it, but then when it's all together, you're like, yeah, I still like it. This is a set that I've been looking at maybe getting like a lighting kit for.
Yeah.
But like I said, most of the ones that I find, I feel like they light the cockpit up like it's too bright. It's like, yeah, that's not really, it's not the lighting. In my head, I think actual Star Wars lighting in a cockpit, and it's just not something that anybody's managed to figure out yet. So, at least not for Legos.
It's beautiful.
We got Steve Heineman in there. Hey, Steve.
I'm very excited about Steve. We're actually, I think we're going to bring Steve on. Oh, we got Mr. Pete Fletzer with Around the Galaxy in the live chat. So I guess we'll be joined by him in a few.
Yeah, I'm gonna set this Slave 1 down so I can get back to the Starfighter.
Yeah, you do that. And I'm going to bring back, honestly, I'm just so happy to have a 2-shot that I'm going to leave that. It's the least impressive of the build. Oh, my God. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us live here on Beyond the Blast Doors live Lego stream, the August 21st, 2021 edition. This man looks like Avatar from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Christ, what is this beard, Steve? I don't even know what the hell to say. This is
get me on, and I'll tell you. Oh, I'm here. Okay, I'm.
Are you drunk? Are you under the influence of narcotics? Do you need a hug?
But I wasn't looking at the screen when you brought me on, so I didn't know I was on. I thought you were just talking shit. So the beard, I am cosplaying as Tenzin from Legend of Korra at Dragon Con in 2 weeks. And then that'll be the Friday of Dragon Con. Then the beard is going away so I can cosplay as Pumat Sol from Critical Role on Saturday.
Okay.
So after I cosplay Tenzin on Friday, it'll be a while before I can cosplay him again because I have to grow this out again.
It looks really good. Do you use any beard oils with this?
I do. I'm very much a beard noob, though. This is the longest I've grown it out, and for the longest I've gone without shaving it.
Steve, this is like 4 weeks of growth here, and you're making me feel ashamed of myself, and I should go shave right now.
It's okay, Jesse. You look great, clean shaven. I don't, so it's a trade-off.
I've seen you clean shaven. Yeah,
it's a little scary. Like I look like a villain. Honestly, like it could work for me if I was an actor.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
I feel like if I'm clean shaven, I look like Malik before the chin thing. But you guys are playing with Legos, and I was super excited to see that. I see you building the good Slave 1. Have either of you gotten the Boba Fett starship?
The super tiny one?
Okay. Do we want to talk about the current controversy?
I want to talk about how they're actually going to adopt the Fire Spray name, which is awesome. That's a way better name than Slave 1 to begin with.
Yeah. So David, do we want to start with you because you had an interesting
you can see all the Boba Fett things that I have. There's the Boba Fett Unleashed.
Yeah, I would have thought that between the three of us that if anyone was going to have a Boba fetish, it was going to be Jesse, but
I can pull out the helmet. I got it right on the other side of this monitor.
I don't even need to know what that means. I got to talk briefly.
Literal.
Had an exchange with John Knowles on Twitter. He's the creative director for the 2002 Bounty Hunters video game. Had him on the show several months ago, episode 97, if you're curious. And he just was kind of explaining. There's the helmet. He was just explaining the conversation that was being had behind the scenes when they were trying to figure out, okay, here's a Slave 1, and kind of making a story of how Jango would inherit the Slave 1. But before that, it was how did the Fire Spray ships end up at this prison? And the story goes that there were only 6 made. They were made specifically for this prison. If you play the game, spoilers, I'm sorry, came out in 2002. but Django uses the slave one, to blow up the other 5 in the hangar. And so I actually have. Let's see if I can bring this up right now. But I can bring.
Yeah, by all means, get off the shot of me.
That's fine.
But you're such a beautiful man, Steve.
You can read my write up for yourself on
That's a lie, but
BeyondTheBlastDoors.com.
thank you.
But I have the tweets here because I don't want to misquote them. But John Knowles says to us here at Beyond the Blast Doors Live, one of my level designers on Star Wars Bounty Hunter, Jeff Jones, came up with the idea that the 6 fire spray prototypes at the OVO 4 prison were each bound to a slave circuit. Django took the one bound to Circuit 1, hence the name. But we left that detail out. As much as I liked it, I always felt you don't have to explain everything. So that was what he told us. And yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
I don't think you have to explain everything. I also don't think it's like, I'm not mad about it if they change it. I think it's silly if it was, I don't know. I think it's like a silly detail to change after all this time, because you're talking about a fantasy story in a galaxy far, far away, right? So if a ship's called Slave One, I really don't think that that's a problem. And Boba Fett's a bounty hunter, and so I'm sure that it just doesn't seem out of character for Boba Fett to be tied up with that. So I guess that's my thinking. I don't think that was a very coherent thought.
Yeah, I totally get you. And honestly, like, the name of somebody's ship, unless it's specifically talked about in the movies and in the material, like the Millennium Falcon, it's pretty arbitrary.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the character. So, the name does kind of reflect on the character. And honestly, with the lore and the mythos around Boba Fett, you really think he ran after runaway slaves? Like, do you think that was the kind of work Boba was into? Because I tend to think he went for much more high profile targets.
I will say this. I think it's still sillier that Rey's a Skywalker than them changing the name of the Slave One. They want to call it Fire Spray. They want to call it Blaziken. They just steal a name of a random Pokemon. I don't really care. I'm going to keep calling it Slave One, but it's incredible to see how far some people have taken it on social media. I actually don't think that they've confirmed that it's being changed. It was in the list. So there was a press release that was released for September comic books. And so, yeah, they've got it listed there. And if they're going to change the name, fine, whatever. That's the model of the freaking ship. So that's fine. I just think that, that's, Boba Fett and the Slave One. We've been playing with that since, 82.
My thoughts on it was what I heard, about this. It was kind of like, okay, I was like, that's a little silly, but I get it. I can see potentially, yes, that could be offensive. With that being said, though, then it was just like Boba Fett's starship, and I was like, man, that's just
lazy.
Really, yeah,
lazy.
It just felt extremely lazy and generic, and I was actually more upset about that than them wanting to change the name.
It's like when the Washington Redskins took away the Redskins name and they couldn't think of another name, so they were like the Washington just football team for a while.
So and then I heard that they were looking at calling it Boba Fett's Fire Spray, and I was like, okay, that's a little bit better, because that's kind of referencing the larger universe there, and I was okay with.
I also played the X-Wing tabletop game, and there were alternate pilots for it wasn't actually sold as the Slave One. It was sold as the Fire Spray 31, and Boba was a pilot for it, like the main pilot for it. But there were alternate characters that could use it, and it had, it was more than just the Slave One. So I think, I don't know. I mean, some of these ship designations are cooler than the names themselves.
I agree. Pete says, he throws in live chat, it's still Slave One on StarWars.com. That feels
Yeah.
official.
Yeah, they haven't changed it yet. They know
Very well could be a plot point that hasn't been disclosed.
they haven't changed it yet. Like on the Galaxy of Heroes mobile game.
Yeah.
And then David, I don't know if you saw, but the Boba Fett fan club commented on your tweet earlier.
I did see that.
I guess Lucasfilm had like some sort of like in-house contest, name it like for like a naming contest, and they just kind of like drew names out of a hat.
Yeah,
and that's what they got.
it's a really cool video. I think it's like 5 minutes long.
Yeah.
It's on my Twitter. I can retweet it here in a second.
Watching you guys play with Legos is making me extremely jealous. When this last wave came out, oh, you son of a bitch! Mine is on back order. It just got shipped, so I will have it soon. And I also already ordered some custom printed arms for Bo-Katan and Gar Saxon. So I'm going to get the upgraded versions of them.
So I already showed it earlier, Steve. I don't think you were in chat yet.
Probably not.
The Bo-Katan figure is really sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And I just put together the Mandalorian loyalist. Also,
Well, that's cool.
Very cool.
Hell yeah,
guys, I gotta pull this up. I'm sorry. If you want to ever know if the argument you're having about Star Wars is stupid, bring in a child, because the child will give you an honest opinion of your situation. So here you go. Pete, his son, Jackson, love that kid. He's adorable. He said, "What's David building?" I said, "Slave 1." He said, "What's that?" I said, "Boba Fett ship." He said, "Oh." So yeah, there you go. Guess it really
exactly what I said earlier. The names of the ships are arbitrary. The Millennium Falcon is literally the only one anybody knows.
No,
and it's because it's basically Han Solo's house. Like it's not just his ship; it's his house.
Now, Pete, did you send your child to bed without dessert after that comment? Or
all right. So if anyone cares, here on the lower, let's see if I can bring this up real quick. I'm gonna be selfish. So this is after the first bag.
Do it. Show it off.
So you got the base of the Slave 1, and then I have Boba and Han hanging out. They're kind of. I'm gonna have them cuddling right now. Now they're kind of spooning. That kind of looks like he's.
What's the print like on the figures?
They're just chatting. You know, they're just having a talk.
No, they're good. You want to see the prints? Yeah, here I'll pull up on my main camera. I think it'll be.
I want to. Like I'm hoping for the moment in the Book of Boba Fett where Boba runs into Han or Luke or Leia or one of the big three from the original.
You think that happens?
I would. They brought Luke back at the end of the Mandalorian season 2, and no one thought that was going to happen. No one really thought, like, there was plenty of speculation one way or another, but no one really, really thought that they were going to do that. And I think anything's on the table right now.
Yeah,
everyone wants it. Everybody wants old Boba and old Han to run into each other. Like, holy shit. I don't think Harrison Ford wants it.
You know what I want? I want Cad Bane.
Live action Cad Bane?
Bring Cad Bane back, baby.
So
they just redo the Boba Cad Bane duel from that deleted scene?
See, this is where David and I clash. Is
best part of Bad Batch because I'm 3 episodes behind. So as of right now, best part of Bad Batch is when Cad Bane walked on into the frame. And let me tell you, this fanboy, I won't say what I was about to say. I was excited about.
All right, Jesse, what come back? I hear it coming.
Jesse, just so you know, I have complete control over your microphone. The moment you say anything that I don't like,
I know it's scary, isn't it?
In a lot of ways, I'm God right now.
I like Cad Bane. Let's just start with that. So let's try to butter you up a little bit while I move into this, right?
Wow, this is how I start when I say, like, man, I really like your parents.
So even though it's an unfinished story arc or episode, I mean, it would be fantastic to actually see that episode where Boba and Cad Bane face off like young Boba. And in my mind, Cad Bane dies in that unfinished episode.
You know
So I
what's great
really
is though
don't
is
want.
your mind isn't canon. Thank God.
I know, right? Because what was it? You gave me crap. I think a couple months back about Mace Windu as well.
Dude, Mace still lives, man. I'm riding that ship hard. Andy Lemire over there at Holo Chronicles, usually every Monday night, but they just had an episode on Thursdays. But Mace,
They're
still
saving
lives.
it. They're saving it for a rainy day. You know they are. Like they've had multiple conversations about it, and they're saving it for a rainy day because I think, I mean, well, Sam Jackson's at the age where he can play pretty much any age. I think they might go with a young Mace Windu angle. Like they might do
Okay.
something with Mace before the prequel trilogy.
Okay, so I never thought that was an option. That's interesting.
It is an interesting thought.
Oh my God, you could play. Have you guys read Shatterpoint, the novel?
I
haven't.
not.
Okay, it's really good stuff. I would say like Shatterpoint, Kenobi's another really good Legends book you got to read. We talk about Plagueis, James Luceno all the time, but must read. Shatterpoint is awesome because it's going through Mace Windu, and you get to learn a lot more about his Force abilities and that internal debate he has. Like he plays with the dark side on the daily. Very cool stuff.
That's why I think they would go with something like that because it anyone that was a little unhappy with the way Anakin story was told in the prequel trilogies would absolutely love to see how Mace walked that line between light and dark.
A few comments.
I
in chat
walk the
here.
line. Sorry.
Frammy says there's a confirmed upcoming Star Wars card trader app ship, spec digital card that's titled Slave One as well. So I think it'll be a little while probably before they actually make that final switch over. Frammy also is remembering Chicago Celebration about seeing a Lego Boba Fett cosplay.
I might have seen that as well.
Do you have photos of that? I bet you do.
I don't know. I took so many pictures and videos and all kinds of things while we were there. That was a good con.
It was
definitely in my top 5 I've ever gone to.
We still have video that we haven't published from Chicago.
Yeah,
this is true. Yeah,
should have did it when Celebration was canceled last year.
That would have been smart, but
but a lot of fantastic memories from that. I think I only have one regret though.
The room. I'm not going to get into that, but
okay, I have two regrets. That being one of them.
okay, we got to go into it now.
Nope.
The other one deals with the photo ops that I bought, and
What regrets do you have there? We met freaking Ian McDermott.
Well, that's the thing is, I was debating between Ian and Peter Mayhew. And Peter passed away 2 weeks after Celebration.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, though, I also distinctly remember us coming out of one of those photo ops when Peter was setting up to do autograph sessions.
Yeah, we definitely saw him.
And Steve, I think it was you, and goes, "Oh, hey, there's Peter." And he looked right at us and waved at us.
Yep.
And at the same time, it's just like, at least there was that.
We didn't have to pay for it either.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's probably not the thing to bring up right now in that very sincere moment.
The most important part was that he was having a blast. I mean, you could tell looking at him, he's on death's door, looking for the Force in the eyes, but he was having such a good time.
He was known simply for just loving being around the fans, and it was known that his health was not in a good place during Chicago Celebration. So it was really just fantastic that he got to experience one last one. But yeah, part of me is like, man, I wish I would have went with that photo op. But
I just don't want you to beat yourself up about it.
Oh, I'm not beating myself up about it. I mean, I'd probably beat myself more up about the hotel scenario, but
My brother
was
there.
it your ex-girlfriend, Steve? Who was he living with?
Oh, jeez. We went on one date. I'm not gonna talk about it, but yeah, it was an awkward situation. The drama that happens at conventions that you don't hear about. Like, I mean, as a convention reporter, I write a whole lot about the things I experience, but there are certain parts of those experiences that I just have to leave out for certain people's privacy, and
Right.
I'm not going to spread gossip like that. But there's always stuff at cons. It's a magical, wonderful place and so much fun, but there's always drama.
Well, and Steve, one of my rules here on Beyond the Blast Doors Live 3.0 is that we don't talk about any Twitter or fandom drama. And I'm curious in this moment if that should extend to Star Wars Celebration drama.
Yes. Yeah. When it involves specific people that one or more of us may know, absolutely.
Well, and I have to behave myself now,
But if it's a celebrity that everyone's bashing on, I mean, why not?
I have to behave myself because I also represent the Mandalorian mercs.
Oh my God, that's happened. We haven't really been able to talk about that, have we?
Not really. I mean, we brushed on it. I think we were doing, what was it, it seems like ages ago. We kind of had like a class reunion for Beyond the Blast Doors.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did touch it briefly because we were talking about the Mandalorian season 2, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we had that roundtable. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still in a pandemic, so you haven't really been able to tour with the Mandalorian mercs yet, right?
Yeah, it's been interesting. So normally what they do is to maintain your membership is you have to participate in one official event, minimal per year. And I got my OM status at the beginning of the pandemic, so last April. So they waived the one trooping requirement, which I thought was a good thing, considering the circumstances. But it's impacted a lot of different people, because some people like live for Comic-Cons and doing, the charity events, and it's important to them, and not being able to, do that in a regular way has been interesting.
Well, I mean, that's what you do for a living, Steve. I mean, how has it impacted you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely got distracted by someone posting in chat here. And I feel like I should recognize these references.
Oh, go for it.
Thistlemic. Well, isn't this the Quacta calling the Stifling slimy? I don't know what happened there. I feel like I had a stroke in the middle of that sentence. I'm sitting here playing with my daughter's Lego box, and this popped up on recommended. Yeah, the internet is scary. Your microphones are definitely giving you suggestions.
Big Brother's listening.
Mm-hmm. No, that's great. Hey, welcome to the live stream.
Oh, welcome. Yeah, welcome.
Where we build Legos and talk about conspiracies and Star Wars Celebration.
What conspiracies are we talking about?
The changing of Boba Fett's ship name.
That's not a conspiracy. We've moved on from that. No, what I was asking you, Steve, was you report at cons.
Yes.
And we were just talking about how Jesse hasn't been able to go do anything public yet as a Mandalorian merc. And a lot of the times Mandalorian mercs would show up, they do a lot of work with charities, going to hospitals, schools. They also show up at cons, and those aren't really happening because of the pandemic. And I was curious how that's impacting you, because you mentioned you have a con coming up in 2 weeks, but there haven't been many in the last 18 months.
Yes. And among my rotation, actually, the first one to happen would be Planet Comic-Con in Kansas City, which is happening this weekend, going on right now. I have some friends that are there at it. I haven't been able to see much of the floor from their pictures. I will definitely be reaching out to them after this weekend to kind of gauge how that con is doing. With such a monumental social shift
Yeah.
as the
Mhm.
pandemic created. There are going to be a lot of changes. I mean, Wizard World went under and got bought out by Fan Expo. I've never been to a Fan Expo con,
I forgot about
but
that.
we've
saw you
all been
posted it
to Wizard World cons, and we know that they were circling the drain. Especially in
Well,
St. Louis.
yeah.
Especially in St. Louis. I know that Wizard World Chicago is still doing pretty well, but the St. Louis one was just
Well, just
oof.
remember, it was 2017. We went for the first time together, or maybe I went and I ran into you. I can't remember. But you had like,
That might have been. Was I in the vault suit that year?
yes,
Was it clean?
yeah.
Yeah, that was 2017.
This was
Okay.
before Steve's
so funny.
drunken vault hero.
Uh-huh. Part of the
CGC
no, it's in the costume. Alcohol is part of the costume.
You know, if your con is good, if CGC is there, the comic book grading company, and they had been there every year that Wizard was held in St. Louis until its last year, and they weren't even there because their numbers had been going down each year of who was bringing books to get slabbed. And that last year we went, like, it was a bummer. We went as Beyond the Blast Doors. It was myself, it was Jesse, Steve, Gilbert was there.
That was Gilbert's first convention, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was his first. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys got to meet a lot of my cosplay friends.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
but
super
here's-
cool people.
So my perspective about that was, because that was my first Wizard World. I actually had a fantastic time with it, but I mean, I was there in a different capacity. I was there as a cosplayer.
Yeah, you and Steve had a lot of fun. Yeah, that's great.
But at the same
Was that
time,
when we saw that Spaceballs group?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a space
the Spaceballs stunt doubles.
Yeah, what was it? The one guy that was dressed as the
Princess Vespa. Yeah, that was.
It was chat. It was spot on. We're talking.
It was so
about
good.
Fantastic.
So good. Huge mustache and cigar.
Oh yeah, it was great. I competed in the cosplay contest.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun.
There was actually one Mandalorian that won a Wizard World cosplay contest as, I guess, best villain. I'm not sure which category she won, but it was because she put a shitload of amazing stitch work into the I forgot what the official term for the like waist skirt is that the Mandalorians and the ARC troopers wear. Comma, yeah. That plus like the black and gold paint job she had on her armor was really intricate and detailed.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a damn worthy win. Ran into her again at Celebration in Chicago. You guys unfortunately weren't around at that moment. Or were you?
I wasn't in kit, but I remember running into them and we talked to them.
Okay.
And then you started giving me crap for not being in kit.
Yep, because we were taking photos.
Yeah. You were like, "Why are you not in costume?" I was having a lot of back problems, actually.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I understand the pain.
Oh, that's right, because you're getting old. I forgot about that.
Well, no, as someone who cosplays and does photography at the same time, I understand the pain of wearing costumes. That's why I don't do armor.
It reminds me, your brother. That Celebration was your brother Michael's first convention.
First ever.
And
just threw him right into the deep end. Just picked him up and tossed him in.
And then he got stuck in a little photo shoot.
Oh,
with other Sith cosplayers.
Yeah, Sith Lord photo shoot.
For like 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Time check is 9:34. You're watching Beyond the Blast Doors live. Lego live build. Basically, 8 months of inconsistency ends tonight because we're kind of gearing up for return to our weekly live show next Wednesday. Join me, and I'm not sure who else. It might just be me, but we'll have a good time. But here we are kicking back. David Amalotti with you. Got Jesse Buck here. Also, Steve Hyman hanging out with us as well. And more welcome. If you got a webcam and you want to drop a topic real quick, for us to discuss, we'll do that. You just let me know. You can send a DM to @BTBD Star Wars on Twitter, and we'll get you all hooked up. In the meantime, we just keep on building Legos.
So, David, I see you're working on the anniversary Slave one.
Yep.
Jesse, you're working on the new Mandalorian Starfighter.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the new line that is coming out for the later half of 2021? We're seeing a lot of characters that people have been asking for, but Lego seems to be kind of coming in just underneath a lot of people's expectations as far as some of these go, especially with the armor that's coming out.
The Mandalorian armor.
Yes, the Mandalorian armor, who has the same helmet mold as Gar Saxon, which is definitely not what she has in the show.
Give me a little bit, and we'll get to that actual minifigure when I build it.
Okay.
Steve, can you actually do me a favor?
Yeah, what's up?
Because I'm not joking. This is how out of the loop I am. I didn't know we had images yet. You're talking about the second half of Legos for this year?
Well, I know about this set because I already pre-ordered it. The Mandalorian Forge, which will come with the Mando and Beskar.
Oh yeah.
The armor and ham.
It's a you either buy it through Lego or it's a Target exclusive.
Yes, and it brought up there was a conversation kind of stirred up as a result of this set and the Mandalorian Throne, which I have right here. That's the only set I've got that showed up so far from this line. And God, it looks so pretty. As just a little set piece, Ahsoka and Maul going at it in front of that window and that throne.
But that was like $20, right?
Yeah. And the prison cell for Maul.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. And it holds all the extra pieces.
Well, that's convenient.
Those pieces, the like playset pieces, some of the Lego designers said that it was much more difficult to put those together and come up with those because they weren't sure, like when they get the ideas for these things, they're working off of concept art for the most part.
Right.
And it's hard for them to determine what's an important part of the scene without having seen the actual show or the movie. So they usually do the vehicles first because they just build off of the concept art.
Okay.
And that's why it took us a year to get the Mandalorian Throne and the Mandalorian Forge.
That makes sense because did you pick up the Mandalorian battle pack that they did last year?
Yes. Actually, I pimped those guys out.
So,
and they are still selling a lot of these, actually.
Yeah, the local Walmart here actually had quite a few of those on the shelf.
This isn't what they look like when you get them in the pack, but this is what they look like after you buy a bunch of custom things to add to them. Like I did, because I like to have cool things.
So you mentioned like they're often going off of concept art. I ended up getting the season 1 concept art book for The Mandalorian. And in there is like a whole 3 pages worth of concept Mandos. And when I saw the actual concept art, and I was like, oh, okay, well, so this is where they got the idea for these minifigures. Was from this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool. I thought they were just like some of the well, they might be. I figured they would be like some of the like background Mandos you saw in the covert underground.
Yeah, I think that's what that was supposed like. That was like concept art of those characters.
Well, that's awesome.
Steve. Well, that's
no idea. Yeah, it's dope.
Frammy says, looks like Jesse has most of the main fuselage build going strong.
Yeah, I do. I'm a fast builder. Once I get going.
So yeah, the 3 sets I got from this line, the later half of 2021 line, it was all Mandalorian. The Mandalorian Forge, the Mandalorian Throne, and the Starfighter. honestly, none of the other ones really.
Do we have a link? This is super needy. I wasn't planning on doing this tonight. Can someone find me a link to the sets? Because I've seen the Mandalorian.
I'm the only one not building a Lego set right now.
The armorer. Yeah, Steve, come on. Yep.
Can we curse on here?
I mean, I don't know. Let me put it this way.
Son of a bitch.
I don't want to say or do anything on this show.
Does that make it okay?
That OnlyFans would be like, we've got to remove you after September. You know what I mean?
I was a little worried because pre-show, I got onto this, the studio app here.
Oh,
David's sitting there without a shirt on, and I'm like, wow, he's really going all out on this tonight. Yeah, especially after today's earlier conversation where I thought, he was going to go pantless.
Wow. I mean, I did that at news at LUTV.
Really?
The upper half is all you see. So I'd have a suit jacket and a shirt on, and then bottom half, gym shorts.
So for some background, in case people don't know, Steve and I went to college together. That's where we met. I admire this guy so much, and
that's
so funny
mistake.
Yeah, I know, right? It's funny that you bring that up because I have done a newscast in swimming trunks.
I could see that.
It's a way
I
to
could
do
totally
it.
see that.
Comfort. It helps you present better on live television.
Honestly,
be comfort underneath the desk.
I don't remember the situation why it called for that. I don't think it called for it. I think I just forgot to change, and then it's like I'm getting counted down to go live, and I'm like, did I really just tuck my shirt into the swimming trunks?
I believe it. I could totally see you doing it. So yeah.
All right, David. Do you want to link to just like the Star Wars themed page on Lego.com? Because most of the stuff I'm getting are just like sites just riddled with ads.
That's fine. I just want to see them because I don't.
Sure.
I don't remember what
Yeah,
they look
like all the new stuff is at the top. So I'll send you that. Here.
And where are you going to send that link to?
In our private chat.
Oh, in the private chat on the stream. All right, sweet.
Yeah.
So it looks like right now I'm building the engines to this thing.
So, talking about the line. Oh no, we got a dead battery.
Oh, I got a plan. Stand by, ion control.
Framing comfort. There's no comfort in bulgy smugglers.
Jesse, how do you feel about that that UCS gunship?
We're gonna have to have a conversation about that. I think it looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more disappointed that they didn't build it a little bit more to minifigure scale.
Okay. Yeah.
Visually it looks good, but then like the transport area is just like 2 times the size of a minifigure.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just like, man, that really that upsets me a little bit.
Yeah. To be honest, I mean the very first gunship that was released, I thought that was fantastic. I have it. It's probably on the other side of my room in pieces.
David has one on the shelf right there, actually.
Yeah, I can see that. That was just a crazy good model for its time and had a lot of play and interactivity with it as well. But the biggest complaints I'm hearing about the new UCS ship is about the minifigures.
Yeah, I have heard that they were wanting. The fans were wanting. What was it?
Jedi Bob.
Jedi Bob and
the original figure from the gunship.
Yeah. Which unfortunately mine was ruined long ago before I had the foresight of knowing how much Legos would be worth now.
Yeah, you screwed that up.
Yeah, a lot of people were hoping for Jedi Bob and hoping for a legit pilot with a custom helmet mold. And then when the set was announced, they said that it came with Mace Windu, which everyone was happy about that because it's a good Mace figure. But then the clone commander, which they said could double as a pilot. And I remember watching, I believe it was M&R Productions video about it. He was like, yeah, that seems like a slap in the face because it's basically saying it's a yellow clone trooper and people are going to remember that it was a yellow clone trooper piloting the ship.
Okay, so can I comment on this stuff here?
Sure. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude. I got it pulled up here. And so I want to...
No, use that link.
So this is what makes me mad. So the gunship, I think, is a really cool set. But my problem is, I don't think this is a fair problem to have. So maybe I should take it back. It's almost too big. They give you the minifigure,
yeah,
and it's not to scale. And that's such a bratty thing to say because I don't think any of the UCS sets are actually built to scale. But for some reason, this one bothers me. But to be fair, the UCS truly are shelf pieces. So
yes.
I don't think minifigure scale really matters. It's a fine looking set, but I'm very happy with the gunship that I got a few years ago back in 2014. Okay, that was like 7 years ago. But I'm very happy with that. So I'm not gonna beat myself up to get this one. The Bad Batch Attack Shuttle. This is $99. $99 because you're getting all the minifigures. But the speeder bikes are just as big as the damn shuttle. Look, the cockpit's just pieces with stickers on it.
That bike on the left there, the Bark speeder, was the same, the exact same model, just different colors from the 501st Attack set.
Yep. It's nothing. It's
and honestly, the reason I was kept from buying that set was because of the speeder bikes. And if the set was made with the Bad Batch version of Crosshair instead of the Imperial version of Crosshair, and they just focused on their shuttle and made it big enough to hold all of them, I would have bought it.
I'm not buying that.
100% would have bought it. But since they decided to make it like a play set where you have, Crosshair as the antagonist and he can fight all the other four, which doesn't happen in the show. I don't think that green bike is even in the show. It watered it down enough that made me not want to buy it.
No, I'm totally there with you. I think the Imperial Light Cruiser is fine, but for $160,
I really don't like those big ships that are scaled down like that. And honestly, the only thing in that set that I really want is the Fennec Shan miniature.
I do. Okay, this meditation chamber is sweet. Won't spend $70 on it. So that's
it's a cool shelf piece. But after getting the Bespin piece over on my shelf there, that 40th anniversary duel on Bespin piece, another Empire shelf piece just doesn't interest me. Unfortunately,
I'm not into that. Okay, so here we go. I am building the 20th anniversary version of this ship. This is the Mandalorian version of this is, Boba Starship. Look how small it is.
Yeah,
and this is the trend that they're doing with all Lego sets in 2021. When they re-release the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter, the Imperial Shuttle, the Lambda class, all these sets.
They've all been downsized.
Yeah.
But the price point seems like they've gone up too. It's what is it, $50 for the new Starship there. You're paying, I think, mainly for the minifigures at that point.
Yeah, and honestly, you're paying for the one because Mando and Beskar has been printed twice now?
Yeah, you've got the you can get Mando on the his swoop and the Tusken Raider crossbow thing.
Yeah.
And
the Great Dragon set.
Yeah, that's the only other set that they've done the Beskar print.
Okay, and then he'll be in the Mandalorian Forge as well.
Yes.
So really, you're paying for the Boba mini.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, their Book of Boba Fett happens. We're gonna get another Boba mini at some point.
Yeah, I think
So,
I wouldn't spend money on it. Also, that you get that random card thing. It's
and
not worth it.
I think that version of the slave one is the smallest one since the original.
Yeah, it is. Now I do have pulled up on the screen the Armored Marauder. This might be my favorite set out of the batch. I've seen this a few times. I haven't picked it up yet, but I will because it's going to go well with the Razor Crest. But
I don't like.
I think this is the coolest one. You get the Grenadier Trooper, 2 Stormtroopers. Now here's the thing, though. You're getting him again, which not.
It's the new version of Grief Karga, the season 2 version.
Okay, fine. I got Grief in my Razor Crest though, so I'm
I got him too. And honestly, like that's it's $40, but you're essentially getting a mini or like a supercharged battle pack with the addition of the vehicle.
Yeah, now, this one, this is the Forge.
Money. This one is money.
Sexy.
Like,
and this is only $30.
Everything I could hope for in this set, other than the wonky print on the or the wonky helmet for the armorer, which is, like I said before, the Gar Saxon.
Yeah. Aside from that, this is I think a pretty solid set to pick up. It's, if you're looking at it from a playability standpoint, it's all there. You can recreate some of the most iconic scenes from season 1, with it. Display wise, you're just kind of getting that nice little set. That's I could definitely see that. That's something where I definitely probably pick that up for my collection.
You see YouTubers doing these massive mocks of, name that planet. They really should do that for the Mandalorian and have a real in-depth sewer system, like the tunnel system, and have a really decked out.
I've seen some fantastic Navarro mocks.
Really?
Like the street with there's a YouTuber named First Order Lego, I believe.
Okay.
Who did a really cool one that's like the scene where the Mandalorians are fighting all the bounty hunters in the street.
Okay, yeah. Streets of Navarro.
Mm-hmm. David,
yes.
Click back on the other picture where you can see the whole set.
Sorry, I just wanted to show this hologram piece real quick.
All these custom little pieces that are coming in the set too.
Look at this.
Yeah.
And I love the smelting. I love the secret hidden chamber thing.
Can we talk about one of the best moments of season 1 was when the armorer kicked the shit out of those stormtroopers and then dragged the one into the forge.
Yeah.
Because I love
it. Yeah. A lot of people there was speculation on how the armor disposed of all the bodies of those dead Mandalorians. You see the armor all piled up.
Well,
put them in the forge.
Yep, Forge looks okay. This is my favorite set, and obviously best value. $30 for these 3 figures, and it's awesome.
Shipping on September 1st.
And then this is what you already have.
Yep,
the Duel on Mandalore.
I was really hoping for something like this because this Ahsoka minifigure, like, God, she is fantastic.
Anybody pick up the UCS A-Wing?
No, this is like the second one.
Yeah, and the Star Destroyer. This thing is $700.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Okay, but look how gorgeous that is.
It is fantastic, and I would love to take some photos of it if I ever saw one in person, which I'm sure I will.
4,700 pieces.
That thing is just nothing but hollow goodness on the inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but look at the turrets.
Even the individual turrets and all these tiny details.
Oh my God.
Okay,
look at that.
This is an ASMR.
Oh my God. But look at that.
Lego groans. Yeah, that's like a cup right there. Each of those engines is a cup.
You know, you can call me stupid. I would rather have that than the Falcon, I think, because at least I know the interior is going to be hollow. I've already said this once. I'm so let down by the interior of the Falcon UCS.
Missed opportunity.
You're going to spend all that money, and then you're just going to get the spot where they're playing Dejarik. I think there's one other interior spot, and then the Falcon is still half-assed. I don't know.
But at the same time, I've seen a lot of builders, like those professional builders, buy that UCS Falcon and completely deck out the inside of it, and it's phenomenal when they do it. So it's always a pleasure to
Well, I don't have the time to do that,
something like that.
Jesse.
That's what everyone wants in a Lego set. Place to add more Legos to it.
I'm spending $800, so I can go ahead and spend another $100 to modify it.
That one might get you in trouble with Mandy. Honey, where'd
Oh.
this $800 bill come from? Oh, I'm just further improving this.
What's on the shelf back there?
Nothing.
For me, my shelf. Oh, you're being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and the thing about it is, guys, I stopped buying Star Wars Legos mainly. I really like those modular creator buildings.
Oh, I do too. I haven't
So I've
got
got-
one, but
I just got the bookstore with the apartment. I love it. It was such a
do you
fun
have
build.
the
12
detective's
hours.
office?
Yep.
That's the one I wanted. So
It's the-
expensive now.
Oh, my movie recording
Steve,
has been stopped
you-
automatically. Okay,
you
well, we'll get on
have,
that. Yeah, I had the detective's office. There's a pool hall underneath it,
Mhm.
and there's a barber shop.
I have the medieval blacksmith from Lego Ideas. That was a really fun build.
I actually plan on picking that one up because it's.
I
don't think a lot of-
expected it to sell out. Like, it's fantastic set.
I think a lot of people just think I'm nothing but Star Wars, and I'm not. I'm a huge fantasy junkie too. I mean,
Now, when you
I've
say
got a map of-
fantasy,
we're talking like
Lord of the Rings.
Dragonlance,
okay, thank you.
Name of the Wind.
Okay.
I absolutely love Lord of the Rings. So it's just, when they did that blacksmith set, I was just like, man, like I have to get that at some point because it really just has that nice aesthetic feel.
Are you excited for the Lord of the Rings prequel series they're doing for Amazon?
Yes and no. I'm curious about it, but I'm also cautious about it because they're basing it off of the Silmarillion.
I'm sorry, this is Beyond the Blast Doors, not Beyond the Shire. So
Beyond
I'm going to
the
go
Shire.
ahead and show off this awesome Mandalorian Mall, which was a
Oh, yeah.
fantastic piece. Wait, hold on, come on.
Can you
Come
get
on,
your camera
let's
to adjust, bud?
Nope, trying.
Almost had
I don't think it's blurry, but you can see those tattoos on his chest. He's got the
That's
robot legs,
Looks
and
great.
I'm just leaning way off camera here. I can't work backwards, but Maul looks so good in this set, and that's the first time I've got a Darth Maul minifigure since the original
Yep.
Infiltrator.
Well, actually, do you remember what was it called? Something Duel. It was Qui-Gon,
Oh wait, yes, I did get that.
Maul, and the speeder,
Yeah.
and then the moisture evaporator.
Yep, I did get one of those.
Yep. I also had Darth Maul's ship from the original lineup.
I have that. It's mostly intact over in the corner of the room there.
It's another one my mom gave away, and I also remind her of it.
I don't have the original. I have the second version of it. And I'm pretty happy with it.
So part of helping my parents clean out their ridiculously cluttered basement was me taking a bunch of old Legos that are all in plastic boxes, and I came across a whole lot of the Star Wars collection I once had, all just completely destroyed for the most part.
What?
Yeah. The things that I found mostly intact, though, I have 2 different models of Snowspeeder, a Luke's Land Speeder, the Sith infiltrator, the Anakin's pod racer, a vulture, the first vulture droid, the old brown one from episode 1.
Okay, yeah.
Well, those are the ones that were like still intact, but I know piece wise I have the original AT-AT, the Jango Fett Slave 1,
Okay.
the original Boba Slave 1, and the original gunship, which I really wish I had managed to keep that one all intact. Because it's going to be a pain in the ass to put it back together. That's for sure.
I mean, as long as you got all the pieces, you can hop on.
Finding all the pieces among the chaos is going to be the trick. And I've been procrastinating really hard on that. Oh, also one of the intact older sets I have is the Empire Strikes Back Millennium Falcon. That one actually I was able to put that one back in its original box, so it's still there in that.
Is it at your house right now?
It's in my parents' house. And I believe I have all of the minifigures that came with it completely untouched, because there was a portion in my life where I got a hold of some Sharpies and some crazy ideas and decided to
we've all been there, Steve.
Yeah. Speak for yourself.
You know, some of us have overactive imaginations, David, and the leash is only so strong.
Okay, so this is where we're at right now. I don't know what that's going to do.
Switch that back to the main cam so I can see it.
Oh my god, sorry.
All I can see is myself right now. There we go.
All right. I'm going to put Jesse on the bottom. I'm going to put Jesse up top since basically we're looking at his back. We got a fin.
Yeah, I've got one of the wings here.
Okay, so this is what we're playing with right now. This is through 3 bags. So obviously it's going to lay
3 bags
like this.
Is that fold out thing the handle for it?
I guess so. I don't freaking know, dude.
Does it mount on something?
No.
It's a handle.
It is?
I remember that being as one of the features for that set.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
So now you can make whooshing noises in your office there when nobody's home.
Well, what I do in my office is none of your concern. Jerk. All right, so guys, are we it's 10 o'clock on a Saturday night. Big thanks to everyone joining us. Frammy, Islamic. I always say your name wrong. I'm sorry. I think one time you gave me the pronunciation, but it's through the live chat. I'm like, that does me no good. Who else we got here? I don't know. We got some people hanging out. You guys got some more time?
I
got plenty of time.
We did have some questions back here.
Steve, you can be the moderator.
Framey, the Lego, I believe, does provide downloadable instructions for sets, and if they don't, there are absolutely sites that do.
Yeah, for free.
That's just one of those. You're gonna have to make an investigation roll on Google to find those.
I can confirm you can find old sets, because when I was moving out to get my own place last year, just kind of come across stuff.
Slight flex on adulting.
I know, right? I came across some old Legos, and I had, I'd say, majority of the pieces for the original A-wing and the original droid tank. So I know
I have both of those somewhere.
I hopped online and was able to find the manuals for them, and I put them back together. I wouldn't say they're accurate, but they're close.
Can I showcase a couple pieces real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what I love about Lego. Normally, I'd be like, these pieces tick me off because they're big and they cover up or whatever. But this is an exception. This is the top of the ship, and this is how you're going to create this flush shape to the Slave 1. And again, normally I would be really upset with these larger pieces because I'm thinking to myself, this one piece could have been 17 pieces to have more, intricate detailing. But honestly, this is what you want, and I think that looks pretty good. I mean, you're starting to see that chip take form.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. I'll stop talking.
Sorry, guys, I get excited.
Now, yeah, you're right. Lego's done a really, I think, fantastic job of kind of, making some neat building techniques, mixed in there. That's probably where I found the most joy in my adult years building Lego.
I just remember how much fun it was to just, you got a pile of Legos and you build whatever, and you're like 9, 10, 11. But now I don't have the time to just keep buying Legos and keep coming up with new forms of build. And that's why I get so jealous of these mock builders, right? Because they find all these crazy different building methods to create, terrain textures, whether it's for minifigs to be on or like cliffs or whatever. I just don't have the time for that. So that's why I like buying the creator sets, because there's some methods in there. I never would have used pieces the way you have to use pieces now for these sets. I love it.
Yeah, I've followed some mock builders that would they would swear by a lot of what are considered illegal building methods, ways of using pieces that wouldn't ever be used in an official Lego set because they are extremely unstable. And it's because they're building for pictures. They're building to take that really sweet photo of this scene, and they don't care that it just falls apart if you were to blow on it.
You know a guy who does really great builds? A guy by the name of Rich Boy J. He does good stuff.
Yeah, he did that early rendition of the Razor Crest. I remember that.
It was massive. So I'm just putting in some little 1x2 pieces. I think I'm doing this right. And to be fair, I'm probably a lot farther on this set if I'm not jaw jacking. Usually I buy alone, by myself, drinking.
I've actually got a complaint here about this build.
Oh no,
Starfighter.
How can you be upset?
So I'm working on the wing, and right now I'm on the underside of the wing, and the issue
is that they don't put like anything into it.
Well, we'll get to that, Steve. It's more of right now. It's a lot of dark navy blue pieces. So on the instructions here, it's a little hard to see where some of these dark navy blue pieces are because they're blending in.
Put the dark piece on the dark piece.
Yeah.
Good luck. Where?
Like I'm making do, but
as you should.
When 34 you reach, see as good you will not.
I'm embarrassed for you.
Well, yeah.
All right. Back to chat for a moment, Framey. Those larger pieces definitely provide smoother arcs in areas where that's important. It was a good design choice in the case of the Slave One. And yes, I completely agree with you. That was they did that in Django's Slave One as well, and that set came out looking fantastic, and that was pretty close.
Go ahead.
I know they did do a Boba Slave One that was very close to that set too. And back when they originally made the Slave One, that was probably one of the 99 sets, honestly. There were none of those pieces, and it was all just the flat arcs or the flat slants. And David pulled out his Razor Crest.
Yeah, I did. So here, look. When you look at the front of this ship, so just devil's advocate here, this could have all been one piece.
Yeah,
Oh, well, that didn't.
he's in the early stages.
David
of
breaking
making
his Razor Crest.
He's making season 2 Razor Crest right now.
This is, I'll tell you this. I forgot that the Razor Crest blew up until we started this live stream. I don't know what it was that jogged my memory, but I was like, anyways, you look at this piece.
Oh no.
This could have been an all one piece, and this could have been one
Oh, yeah.
piece and joined it together. But instead, they went individual, and you get some really cool texture that I really appreciate, and you get a little bit more depth in there. So there's certain situations where, and okay, even here, this is all one piece. That covers quite a bit up. This is bland. It's the entire door. It's fine. There's just certain situations where you can invest a little bit more detail into it. I hope this goes back on. Very good. Dude, this was seriously maybe the best build I've done Star Wars Lego wise in 7 years. I mean, I don't think I've had as much fun putting a set together going back to that gunship in 2014. I mean, this is just an exceptional build. It's incredibly sturdy. I heard a lot of negative feedback on it when this set first came out, and that's all bull. I think it's really solid. I wish I had something back here. Like, I wish I had a speeder or something, but I have to buy another set for that.
Oh, you know what I'm putting back there?
It's so good. What are you going to put back there?
I'm going to put this, I'm going to put Maul in this Mandalorian vault back there.
Do you have the Razor Crest?
Yes, I do.
God, it's so good. And okay, so not to be
I
lame,
streamed my build.
It looks really good on my camera. Oh, you did stream it, and I didn't watch
yes,
it.
I did.
Yeah, you did. I remember watching that.
I had a crisis. I had life.
This is true.
That's understandable. But yeah, that was a fantastic build, and my cat's getting into stuff. What
Okay, I know I should be building.
What are you doing?
The thing I really liked about the Razor Crest build was, yeah, there's a few things where it's like, yeah, they could have done this better. Like, I agree, like, like instead of the multi-pieces, like a single block thing.
That ship is like Anakin saw the Jedi Starfighter and then watched Fast and Furious and was like, I'm gonna build my own ship.
Dude, I love the Micro Series. This is the coolest ship in Star Wars. I love the Micro Series Starfighter.
It's really cool.
It's dusty.
So, okay, way off topic. I know we've been talking Legos, but Steve, you brought up, cosplay and Critical Role. I am actually running a Star Wars D&D campaign.
Nice.
It's we had a little bit of a rough start. We're only one session into it when we're using the Fantasy Flight system.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm familiar, but I've never used it.
So, I've had a lot of friends like, if you ever run a Star Wars campaign, let me know, kind of thing, because they know how much I'm a nerd for Star Wars.
Wait, you like Star Wars?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Secret's out.
You should be on the show sometime.
I know, right? So, yeah, they were kind of expecting the typical scenario, and rebels versus empire kind of thing, and I've thrown them for a little bit of a loop. I have hit them with more of a underworld themed campaign, and I'm quite happy about it.
That's always fun to see the gray side of things.
Well, and that's the other thing is, like, you think about your typical D&D campaign. You bring your party together, your players. Where do they? Steve, you're probably a little more of a D&D veteran than I am. Where do you normally begin your mission?
Oh, that always depends on the. Well, it depends on a lot of factors. In the last couple of games I've run, usually start out in uh, a centralized location where all the players meet up. If the story revolves around, well, for example, I'm running a Wild West game right now, and the story started with a bunch of the characters showing up on the train in town. Some of the characters started in town, but they all kind of started in the same area and ended up meeting at the same saloon to
There it
kind of
is, right
kick
there.
things off.
You just
So
answered the thing I was looking for there.
the cantina.
They always start in a cantina or a bar or a tavern. Okay. No, I threw my players for a loop. I threw them into a fighting pit on Nalhutta.
Did they call you a
They-
prick afterwards? Because I would.
Well, they were in a prison cell, basically awaiting to amuse the masses, kind of thing. But I was very happy with the reactions I got from that.
Are they gonna play again with you, or are they gonna never play again?
Oh no, they definitely. We're aiming. I'm aiming to do session 2. I want to say Labor Day weekend. I think everybody's available. All my players are available for that.
Never got into Dungeons and Dragons. I don't think I played with anyone that was. I don't think I just had a friend circle that was really knowledgeable about how to play that game. You
Yeah,
definitely need a Steve.
What?
I said I definitely would need a Steve to play Dungeons and
well,
Dragons.
It helps.
He kind of materialized you there, Steve.
It helps. Having someone who has both DM'd and played before at the table certainly helps smooth out a game. If they're not a dick about it.
Oh. Can people be that way about it?
Yeah,
Oh,
unfortunately.
God. So anyone watching this show, if you're a D&D fan or a fan of listening to cringy horror stories, check out Crit Crab on YouTube. He has a whole Reddit, a whole little corner of Reddit where people will submit these ridiculous stories about terrible D&D groups and terrible experiences with players and dungeon masters. So yeah, there are a lot of instances, and I am just very happy that I've never had to really deal with some of these super cringy players.
We've got build update for the Starfighter. We have a wing.
Oh, dude, that looks impressive. Are you happy with the scale of that?
Yeah, actually I am. For Starfighter, I mean it's supposed to be kind of a 2-seater, I guess, but I'm happy with it. I might modify the landing blocks. They're kind of in a weird place, so I might modify that later. But
I need to track my order.
What are you tracking?
The Mandalorian starship is on its way to me.
so,
come on! I'm already logged. I should already be logged.
So I already told this story to David earlier, and I think chat earlier. So David, he shooting me messages like all day, and he's like, well, what should I do? He's been talking about doing a Lego build, and he's like, do you have any Lego sets? I was like, well, I was gonna go pick this up. So I get out to the Walmart, and online it says that they had one in stock, and I'm not finding this thing anywhere. So I asked for help, and the employee's like, he's basically giving up. And then I kind of noticed that somebody stashed the last Starfighter. Ha ha ha! That's a great movie from the 80s. Anyway, they've stashed the Starfighter in with a bunch of the Imperial shuttles to hide it. So I was happy. I was like, it's meant to be. Like I'm building Legos with one of my good buddies tonight. This was meant to be. So.
Well, that was sweet.
That's fantastic.
I didn't know that's where that story was going.
But that Walmart employee that stashed it away is going to be very disappointed.
He's lucky. I've been told numerous times no disintegrations, which I think is extremely unfair.
Yeah, but didn't you guys do that? Like you had Toys R Us, and you're like, I'm gonna hide this set, so the next time I come here, I can get it. I know right where I can find it.
Oh yeah, but now being a grown ass adult that actually works in retail and knowing that at the end of the night, employees have to go through and recover sections of the store and make sure things are in their correct spots. I now feel extremely sorry for the employees of ages past that I've probably caused much traumatization for me hiding stuff.
Why am I?
Ooh,
I
okay,
didn't realize that I was. I'm sorry. I had the wrong camera big. Steve, what should we talk about now? Oh wait, here we go. Frammy. Let's see here. Besides the upcoming Lego sets, what Star Wars items are you all excited for in the next few months? I know what I'm excited for, but I won't go first. Steve?
There's not a whole lot I've kept up with, other than Lego.
I'm getting the HasLab Razor Crest.
Oh, I'm very excited to see something. I'm hoping we see something soon for Jedi Fallen Order 2.
Ooh,
Yep.
yeah.
I forgot that was even happening.
Yeah, I feel like it's about that time. Like the hype wave of the first one is kind of simmered down now. It's still big at cons because everyone that got really excited about that first one, we haven't had many cons since that game came out. So there are all kinds of cosplayers just waiting to debut those costumes.
You're right, because they had a panel for Fallen Order at Celebration, and then the world went down the drain. Pretty much, a year later. Okay, so I've put together the Gar Saxon minifigure.
Oh, let's get a look.
I like it.
The most punk Mandalorian, outside of Sabine Wren.
Why do people crap on Gar?
I think it's because he went out like a punk in Rebels.
Oh yeah.
He was such a badass in the Clone Wars, but he wasn't.
Yeah, pretty good print here. I like it.
Yeah.
So looking at the helmet, so I guess I can understand, like, in terms of there's probably some amount of cost and time to make the helmet molds for these. So I can potentially see Lego's viewpoint of reusing the same helmet mold for the armor. But I can also understand the disappointment of it because it's not the same.
Can you put it in front of the camera?
Oh yeah, put that back up there.
Thank you. It's still pretty hot.
Yeah, it's a fantastic minifigure. I'm really happy with the
yeah.
minifigures that came with this set.
I like the Mando helmet just in your background, casually hanging out.
Yeah, so the Black Series Mandalorian helmets. There's actually a GameStop has another one out, and it's the Death Watch Mando helmet that we see from the flashbacks.
Okay.
I can tell you this: there's going to be people who are going to buy it just simply as a shelf piece. But I really think your Mandalorian cosplayers are going to gobble that up. Simply because in order to convert those helmets, there's very little work needed to be done to, especially if you're trying to go for official status.
Oh yeah, my Boba, honestly, with a decent paint job, that's a perfectly fine helmet to use with any kind of classic Mando I want to build.
Well, with your Boba helmet, you'd have to fill the dent. That's the thing. And people got excited because I bought one of the prototype Boba Fett helmets, and everybody was excited about that. It's like, oh, like here's basically a blank template. Hasbro kind of took a shortcut and they used the bottom half of the helmet, the weathering on the Hasbro Boba helmet is actually molded into the plastic. So they didn't actually change molds for the bottom half of the prototype helmet. But the prototype helmet didn't have the dent, and that was what made it appealing.
So unless there is a massive catastrophe or anything, I will have a set of Mandalorian armor within the next year.
That's awesome.
That makes me extremely happy.
Some good con friends of mine, Muddy Waters Cosplay, are doing a full, just like, I don't want to say clan because that seems like too many, but a gang of Mandalorians. And mine will be a Wasteland Mandalorian, inspired by the Brotherhood of Steel from Fallout.
That's badass.
Okay.
So it's going to be a mashup of Fallout-style power armor and Mandalorian armor.
I've seen some really fantastic, like desert, like wasteland-themed Mando kits. They always turn out sharp. They tend to do like a lot more like soft parts. Like it's like mixing like a Tusken Raider a little bit in with like Mando look, and it always makes me think of the Fremen from Dune.
Okay.
But speaking of Mando armor, I know David asked me a little bit what I've been working on. I'm in the planning stages of going through training of the Rising Phoenix, aka Jetpack.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we did an episode, I had bought a 3D printed kit.
Yep.
I actually painted that up. I had that painted and was toying with the idea of taking it to Celebration.
Okay.
But by then backplate that I had was causing it not to sit right. And also, like, because it's of the I should have did a little more research when buying. As a print outside, it looked fine, but there was some shortcuts that the builder took on printing this kit, which there was some structural integrity issues. And I tried to solve that by basically filling some of those cavities with epoxy resin.
Yeah.
And that added quite a bit of weight to that thing.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got a really good bargain on an ABS plastic pulled jetpack. So that one is going to require a lot less work to kind of prepare. It's going to be lightweight. Since Celebration, I've replaced my backplate altogether. So it's really just kind of finishing the jetpack, figuring out how I want to go about attaching it to myself. But I'm also in the process of converting my kit over to the post-Imperial look.
So what's like the big difference there?
So looking... modern era is basically referred to, when you think modern era plates, think Clone Wars style, Jango Fett, Boba Fett style plates.
Okay.
That's your modern Mando armor. I don't like the term post-Imperial.
Am I going to open up another bag?
Oh, yeah.
Steve?
What?
Am I going to open up another bag?
I don't know why you're asking me this question.
He's like,
yes, you can open up this other bag.
He's like, do it.
But Jesse, we got a question from chat that you may be able to answer. What is the typical range of cost for a good quality Mando costume? So how much did you spend?
Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say this. So disclosure kind of warning. invested total probably to date, I probably have in the neighborhood of $2,000
Oh
invested in
my
my kit.
god.
Okay.
But that's partially because some bad purchasing decisions, and I'll come back to that. But at the same time, though, if you're really going for a quality kit, um, and I know that a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't want to do like charity work. I don't want to join a club." Here's the thing. I think you should, because for one, it's rewarding just to do that. But two, you're gonna have access. So, like, in talking about the Mandalorian mercs here, I didn't take full advantage of the wealth of knowledge that the Illinois chapter basically had on hand. And had I taken advantage of that, I probably would have saved hundreds of dollars on my build. So the first big thing you can do is get on the Mercs forums. You can find, they call it find your clan locator. I guarantee you there's members in your area. You just have to reach out. I would actually say the post Imperial build is probably the easiest way. Like, I don't want to say like the requirements are easier, but it might be cheaper because it's actually a lot less armor plates to deal with. So if you actually take my advice and, like I said, utilize the wealth of information that's there through the mercs, I would say you could probably build a good kit, a good solid kit for probably in the neighborhood of $500.
And that's totally reasonable as far as high quality cosplay goes. My Vault Dweller, which is the one I've put the most into, is about $500.
So, we featured my Mandalorian helmet on a lot of the earliest episodes of Beyond the Blast Doors, and that was a resin kit, from a prop maker. I spent $130 on that. Now that Hasbro's doing these Black Series helmets, and like I said, the prototype Boba Fett helmet, they just released the Death Watch Mandalorian helmet. Those are all going for like $120 tops. And you're getting a helmet that's basically been laser scanned off of screen used props. So proportionally, it's going to be fairly accurate. You have to do some tweaks to it, but you're getting a really cool helmet. Like I've upgraded from my resin cast to one, this prototype helmet. The rangefinder folds down. It's got blinking lights on it, which kids love. I'm really happy with it. I've got a big head anyway. David can attest to that.
No comment.
But like my resin kit helmet was kind of a snug fit, and there's things aspects of that I miss. But yeah. So Steve's got the two blinking lights.
Here, Steve, can you do that again?
It's funny that your beard's hanging out underneath it, but a lot of people have taken just even that Boba Fett helmet, and there's some things you got to do to modify it to make it passable.
And I have a really large head, so this is fantastic.
Yeah. So realistically, the most expensive piece you're going to buy is your helmet, probably right off the get go. Soft parts are probably your other things that can maybe run you up a little bit. Your flak vest, your girth belt.
And I, if you're also looking for a design planning tool, of Muddy Waters, the cosplayers I mentioned, shared mandocreator.com with me.
I think the Mercs utilize it too.
Yeah, holy crap. It's got all kinds of I'll share it in our little private chat. But it's got like every design of Mandalorian armor that has been in movies, The Mandalorian show, comics. And David's pulling it up right now. Yeah, and you can like pick all the pieces and mix and match and kind of build what armor you want, and then color it all as well. So you can have a good idea, a good solid idea of the kind of Mandalorian armor set you'd want to make before you even start building it. And David's going to play around with it. I've already designed my Brotherhood of Steel Mandalorian about as far as I can get with this thing.
I'm just grabbing.
Yeah, you should full screen that so they can see the details.
That's a good idea. And it's super easy. I mean, I'm literally just grabbing.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, red. We want that red.
I mentioned it earlier, but like even the season 1 concept art book for the Mando, it's got great images in here.
Oh yeah,
these are great.
Oh yeah, there's the
yeah. So I was talking about
green one.
Yeah,
I got it right here. Awesome.
Here, wait. Let me.
But,
I'm sorry. Wait. Keep that up, Jesse. Just keep going.
But
Okay.
it's just a fantastic source to get inspiration ideas on kits. My current kit is it's a modern set, but there's some flexibility limitations to it. The collar plate limits shoulder movement, poses you can do. If you're going with modern era, we're required to have a cod plate, and the cod plate. I guess it depends on your body build. I'm a little bit of a stocky guy, so this isn't going to be true for everybody. But I can't sit down when I'm in my kit, and comfort is a big factor when you're cosplaying, because if you're able to sit down just to take a breather, it makes a heck of a lot of difference if you're going like an 8-hour day in costume. When you can't sit down, you'll notice it. Like if you're watching a cosplayer, they get tired, kind of thing.
Or if you're the poor schmuck who has to walk around with the cosplayer and listen to that guy complain for 8 hours that his back hurts.
Oh god, yeah, it was bad. But
most handlers do it by choice, David.
This is true. You were forced into servitude. But I am converting my kit into
lift that up. Let's see it.
Into
Hell yeah.
The post-imperial look. So this
that
is
looks
a 3D
dope.
print.
So you're gonna leave it black?
Already, completely unpainted.
No, it's this is basically naked 3D print. I need to.
Mm-hmm.
This needs finishing work, but I've gently heat shaped it to kind of fit the curvature of my body. But this chest plate, it allows me to get rid of my collar plate, so I'm going to have better range of arm motion. Going the post-imperial look, I get to get rid of my cod plate, which means I can sit down. I am happy about it.
Yeah, that's good.
But like honestly, like David, you asked me about like the big difference being a cosplayer joining the Mercs with the pandemic, and it was one of those things where it's like when everything shut down, I was like, I just got this. Am I gonna basically lose? Am I gonna, because if you don't follow the requirements, you go into like a retired status, and to come out of retirement, you got to reapply. So I was really like, well, I don't want to go through this application process again.
Is it really that hard? I mean, you just have to like submit photos of all your pieces, right?
For me, I went through. What they want you to do now is you go through a pre-application process within your local chapter.
Okay.
The purpose of that is when you actually do the actual application, the turnaround time is faster.
Oh no.
For me, again, I'd been working on my kit for 5 years, but there was a lot of things wrong with it,
Mm-hmm.
and so I kept going through that pre-op process. It was the biggest one was my flight suit was too baggy. It needed to be tailored to fit my body a little bit more. So and I was actually really happy where they're like, yeah, that's really the biggest problem we're seeing there.
And you taught yourself how to like sew and stuff, right? So you could do all this, right?
Limited amount of sewing. I ended up having Heidi.
Oh yeah, I know Heidi. Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up having Heidi. I basically like my pant leg, or like where I needed like this arm sleeves and the pant legs. I basically sat there and tediously with safety pins kind of slowly pinched the bagginess out to kind of make a stitch line. And then she helped me out by actually doing it. She's got a better hand at it than I do. If I would have done it, it would have taken me ages to do.
I believe that.
But once I got like that tailored, I mean, they really did kind of start really getting into the fine detail of, because my armor plates are heavily weathered and battle damaged. That weathering needs to be consistent throughout your kit, and that includes your soft parts. So it was like, okay, so it's just little like tweaks like that.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, weathering is probably, and Steve can attest to this, weathering a prop or your costume is a huge joy. It's scary at first because you're worried about messing it up, but once you kind of get to the finish line, that's when you go, this is badass.
Yeah.
You're
worried about messing it up until you realize that's the point, and then you just have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, what's an example of something you've done that with?
My whole vault suit, I ripped half a sleeve off of it. And honestly, I had considered for a little while, which I might still do, for my Brotherhood of Steel Mandalorian, using my vault suit as the flight suit underneath it.
Okay.
So it'd be a really like grungy gunmetal kind of military, like military olive drab kind of tone to the armor, and then a royal blue jumpsuit under it. So there's no mistaking it's from Fallout. I might not do that though, because I have a feeling I'd have to modify the vault suit a decent amount, and it's missing half a sleeve, so I couldn't easily do a gauntlet on that arm without the sleeve.
Just buy another vault suit.
But part of that Mando kit, I will be doing one of the gauntlets will be a Pip-Boy. From Fallout. I know you guys aren't all that familiar, but
I am.
Yeah.
I play Fallout. So.
I'm kind of educated. Sorry.
It's okay. So the Pip-Boy is the ARM computer in Fallout. One of my gauntlets will be that. And it will play music at cons, which is the party starter.
I love that.
What was the question? I don't think I answered it. I got
David?
way off topic. Oh yes. So
Weathering.
I will be weathering next weekend, and I'll probably be streaming it as well. I will be weathering my Pip-Boy for my Fallout costume.
Steve,
because
if the people don't know, where would they go to watch that stream?
Oh, you can find me on Average Calamities at any of the social medias. I have not been all that active in the past year because of the pandemic, and considering all of my content comes from events and cons, and there have been none. I'm very much looking forward to starting that up again.
I'm right there.
And yeah, I will be streaming on Twitch, most likely next Sunday, or maybe even tomorrow. I have to clear out a space. Could even do it as early as tomorrow. But I will be weathering, which will include I'm going to have to pull out my heat knife and make some little gashes and burns and all kinds of fun things, as well as my Dremel, and just make it look like it's survive 200 years in apocalyptic wasteland.
That sounds incredible. What time are you going to do that?
I don't know yet. I will probably be doing it sometime early afternoon before people start winding down for the evening.
Okay.
I'll be posting about it.
Make sure you tag us if you don't mind, so that way we can retweet you for that.
Sure.
Also,
I will most likely post something on Instagram and Facebook.
Perfect. I'm going to show this real quick. This is going to be obviously the beak or whatever you want to call it of the Slave One, but I just have had the best time putting this together. Some cool Technic pieces.
Oh wow, yeah, you've put a dent in that.
Really? Oh, if you guys are fine hanging out still, it's the three of us and Frammy, which is fine. There's 2 other people watching right now, and well, please participate in the live chat by all means. I might as well just finish this tonight.
I'm down for it, man. I'm still building, and I'm having a blast just talking.
Wait, are you having a blast beyond the blast?
I might be.
Oh, what is this?
You got a full card. Shouldn't even matter for this. Is that my T3i?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm glad you're still making use of it, though. Like I had this conversation with another friend who's borrowing one of my cameras.
I'm sorry.
Like, as long as they're being used, that's what I care about.
Oh, it's being used.
I have a friend who owns a miniature casting company in St. Louis, who does all kinds of fantasy, D&D stuff. Working with all these tabletop companies. Has definitely had some NDA protected, but definitely some high level casting jobs. He's also using one of my cameras for product photography and for review and approval purposes.
I just want to remind you that at any time when you're like, I want my effing camera back, I mean, I'll give it back to you.
Just don't.
I mean, at this point, you might as well just replace it with a webcam.
Steve,
basic webcams are so good now.
Just don't ask to show up and kick the door in.
Give me my camera.
Like, wait until he's like on air, so it's really dramatic.
David, how many bags are left in the Slave One build?
I have. Oh Christ!
That's a lot. Oh Christ is a very big number.
I've got the big I'm working on now, and 3 more after that.
Oh, okay, that's not that bad.
I'm actually almost done. I'm building the final wing for the Starfighter here, but I'm also missing a piece that I can't.
I don't know if you guys can tell.
Your set probably has a couple thousand less pieces than David's.
This is true.
Mine is only 1,007.
Really? That's impressive for the size of that ship. Also, I don't really keep track of piece count on my builds. I can keep track of how long it took me to build them. I know that Razor Crest took me 2 streams to build, which was
I watched both.
Overall was, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 hours. The blacksmith house, though, that took me at least 3. I think it took 3 sessions, and because it was a 3-story house.
There it is.
And I did 1 stream per level. So that was probably close to an 8 or 9 hour build. Totally worth it. Fantastic set piece.
And that one actually comes with some of the actual official Lego light up perks, doesn't it?
It does. Well, 1, yes. The forge is set up so if you push the bellows inward, it lights up. The only problem with it, which I know some other builders have mentioned, is that the chimney above it that goes all the way up through the whole house is cut off at each level, so the light can't travel all the way up.
Oh.
Yeah, and I I would like to kind of modify it a little bit to fix that, but it would require some bricks that I don't quite have. I couldn't make that modification with the bricks that came in the set, so I'd really have to kind of plan it out before I pulled it apart and fixed the chimney. Yeah, Framey, at least check the set out. It's one of the Lego Ideas sets, which there have been some fantastic things coming out of that. It was actually only the second Ideas set I bought. The first one was the Tron Light Cycles.
Which set?
The Medieval Blacksmith.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that earlier. It's awesome.
Yeah, I can grab it and show it off on camera.
It's
really big though. It's big though. I'm gonna need a second.
I think it's $150 price point on it.
The idea sets have been awesome.
The thing I like to see, like I told you, I grew up. Brothers and I loved the castle Legos. So I think it would be really neat for them to bring that line back. Just simply to kind of flush out other aspects of my nerddom.
I think it'd be really cool if they did that with all of them. Bring back the adventure one.
Yeah.
Bring back the space guys. I mean, I think people nostalgia-wise would eat that up.
So I have a couple of extra minifigures and little characters and stuff added onto it, but let me turn it around real quick.
Oh my god, I can already tell this is gonna be amazing.
It's awkward to pick up.
Oh my god, look at that texture on the roof.
Yeah, the roof tiles were the most satisfying thing to put together. And here's the little forge. You can see that light up there.
Oh my god, that looks so good, dude.
But like just like the little things, like this apple tree and this well over here.
Mm-hmm.
The bedroom, I think, is probably the. Don't go anywhere with that, David. It's the most interesting place.
Bow wow. So yeah, I can take off the back part of the roof here, and let me turn this around real quick.
I'm sorry. Why does everyone feel like they have to tell me that I have to behave?
Because I feel
So
like you're the one that always goes.
You can see the bedroom back there. There's
Oh,
like a
wow.
bearskin rug on the ground.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, little writing desk.
I like that bed detail.
Yeah, the bed's pretty cool too. And then I can take off. Each floor is removable.
So it's definitely in the modular tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wouldn't really like fit
with them
next to it wouldn't fit into another piece like those. But it's definitely something that like, oh my god, if I had this as a kid, I would have played with it all the time.
Oh hell yeah!
So I can take the whole roof off, and I'll just take off this whole next section here to show it off. Oh, come on!
I will say,
come on! Oh, okay.
I'm working on the final wing here, and
so this is the second floor.
Oh,
that's right.
I like that window. Can you rotate that around full 360? Yeah. Oh, okay. Go back.
Yeah.
Just like a little detail, like that lamp. I love it.
Mm-hmm. But like the pieces of the wall, detailed. And then looking inside, we have a little kitchen.
God. That's fantastic. The oven there.
Yeah. Oh, there. He's not really affixed to this chair. It's just a flat chair.
He's drunk.
Yep, he's drunk. Go home, blacksmith. You've had too many.
It looks really freaking good. And how much did that cost you?
This was $150.
I mean, I'm looking at that quality. That's on the low end of the modulars. I would say that's worth it.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's on my one of my.
Yeah, too much mead. So we got these nice big doors to swing that in.
Oh my god, yeah.
This is the like actual blacksmith work area. You can see like a orange metal ingot there sitting on the anvil, armor racks, a grinding wheel. I'm just waiting for a piece to fall off somewhere because I know I have some loose bits. There's also, I think it came with a couple of animals too. There's a frog hidden up in this tree, and there's a little dog somewhere. I don't know where he went. Oh, he's hanging out here. This nice little husky print dog. Like, I mean, come on, that's adorable. But yeah, this was a super fun build. And as far as like a set piece goes, this is by far one of the best I've ever had. The best I've ever had, I'd say. And I remember seeing the like original design for like the submission. Every time one of the ideas sets gets created, they obviously have to change it a little bit to make sure that it's easy to mass produce and kind of fits with the standard building techniques and what Lego builders are familiar with buying the sets. And honestly, there weren't a whole lot of changes from the original submission to this.
When you think about it, that's like a great compliment to the builder.
Yeah.
Because how many amateur builders at home can produce something like that where Lego engineers are like, yeah, that's what we would have done.
Yeah.
I've never built anything like that.
But it was, it's a real fun build. And ever since I got this, I have been looking on Lego Ideas for more things like this and have been voting on them because I would totally buy another set like this if they were to do like a medieval marketplace or
oh my god, if they did a
wizard
series
tower piece or something like that.
Did you ever play Stronghold Crusaders?
Once.
It was basically like Age of Empires, but it was like medieval focused. And yeah, it'd be so cool. What if you got like a kitchen? You got jousting. That'd be kind of a cool set.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm about to install this. This looks like a lightsaber or a vibrator, but it's not. Okay. How do I do this? Okay. Oh no. Oh god.
David, the only vibrators on that ship are the seismic charges.
Oh, oh god. Oh, no.
They really couldn't have fit much more detail into that set. Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, just like this roof is incredible. The tree, the walls, the chimney, the rickety looking chimney. It's all fantastic. Like I said, literally the only complaint I had was that the light didn't travel all the way up the chimney.
I don't think I did this right.
Did you not do it? Are you sure? Banquet hall and kitchen would make a good set with medieval flavor. Oh, absolutely.
Well, maybe
Or
I did.
like, and I've wanted Lego to do some Viking sets for a while.
They
Oh,
did
hell
actually. They were popular in the in whatchamacallit, Europe.
Yeah, but I mean, like this level of quality to it, like I'd get a long ship for sure, or like a Viking mead hall.
Did you pick up one of the? It was from their collector series of minifigs. They had the little Viking in there.
I didn't. I have a few of those, and I heard that they're doing a Marvel set soon, kind of based on the What If series, which should be pretty cool. Oh, the first 2 episodes have been fantastic. I won't spoil anything except just the premise of them, but so far it's basically like The first one was, what if Peggy Carter was the first super soldier instead of Steve Rogers?
Oh my god. Okay.
Fantastic. So basically, she, Captain Britain instead of Captain America.
Okay.
And the second one, which I was not expecting, I had no idea where they were going with this. I knew about the premise of it for a while, but I was not expecting it to be so funny. What if T'Challa was Star-Lord instead of Peter Quill?
Oh.
So instead of becoming the Black Panther, he became Star-Lord.
Okay. No, I like it a lot, but it just sounds.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
like
what if it's so bizarre.
Well, yeah. Upon hearing it, you're like, where could that possibly go? But like when you see the episode, you'll understand. It's just extremely funny, and awesome. Like a fantastic, like I think it was Chadwick Boseman's last performance, and it was phenomenal.
Oh, so he voices.
Yes, he voiced that shortly before he died.
Well, all right, I'm watching it.
Okay, and a village. Framey says a Viking village to burn. Yeah, that'd be great. Lego Hydra Stomper would be awesome. Hell yeah, it would. Lego likes to build their big robots.
Get us a Gundam Wing.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, I'd love that.
It would be like a UCS size. Like to get that much detail onto it, it'd have to be massive.
3-story tall Lego set.
Yeah, it's the first $1,000 Lego set, Gundam.
The underappreciated sets, Ninjago. Have you seen that Ninjago Village set? It was like $400, but it was like modular, huge.
Yeah, I remember getting and being really into the original Lego Ninja stuff back in the day.
Yeah, I remember when that came out.
I had a bunch of those sets, and upon seeing Ninjago, it was like, okay, so they're trying to play on that. I know that line was pretty popular, but this is all really like stylized and cartoony.
Mm-hmm.
But to see that they've done multiple movies, animated pieces for it, and it's still going strong, like that says something. Like it's got to have a pretty strong following.
Oh my god!
I haven't got too far into it, but like, yeah, that, and I took note of the Monkey Kid sets because I'm a huge nerd when it comes to any Monkey King or Journey to the West lore.
Okay.
And the Monkey King figure itself, I got that out of one of those random minifigure collection packs, and it's fantastic.
So hear me out on this.
Uh-oh.
You know how amazing it would be to have like a Master Roshi's beach house.
Oh
There's a
god.
Lego set from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. I mean, they did that one weird line of like anime inspired I can't remember what it was called, but they all had ridiculous anime hairdos, and it was all like rubber almost. It was really soft and flexible plastic. God, I can't remember what that was called. I know my brother had a few of those sets, and they were all ridiculous.
David, did you watch any Dragon Ball growing up?
I was on the tail end of that.
Okay.
So I saw some. I'm trying to remember the channel. Maybe it's on 50.
Did you watch that Toonami?
Yeah, Toonami. There we go. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's how I found out about it. It was cool.
Yeah, that's mostly where I was exposed to it as well. I remember watching the Frieza and Cell saga bits, but other than that, everything I know about Dragon Ball Z is from just random internet searches. Framey loved the old Monkey series that aired decades ago. It was on every Sunday at lunchtime. Whistle Down a Cloud for a Ride. Yeah. The Monkey King as a character and all of the Journey to the West stuff has been reused and recycled so much throughout pop culture. It's insane. Like the whole premise for Dragon Ball Z, like, you know, the Saiyans being part ape and being able to ride on clouds came from the Monkey King lore, because that's what he did.
Oh my god. Guys, my back's starting to hurt.
Yeah. When you build Lego sets, you just take on a goblin posture and you just kind of hunch over.
Focus in.
My precious pieces.
Since you did a show and tell, do you want to see the bookstore or do you want to see the detective's office?
I mean, obviously the detective's office.
All right.
Because that's the set I truly want with all of my heart. But it's so expensive now and they're never going to reprint it. The Lego spine ailment. Yeah. Eventually there's going to be some Lego transplants where you can just get whole bones replaced with Legos.
Huh?
Framey mentioned the old Lego spine ailment caused by crouching over to put Legos together.
I'm such a dork. Yeah, here, let me. Oh, God.
Yeah. The Bat family.
Oh, yeah, okay. So here, let me move some of this. Move Han out of the way.
Honestly, that's what I would have done with it too.
So the way the camera's set up right now, I wish I could. Let me see if I can. Well, no, that's what I want. Camera. Well, show advanced option.
I'm just making just a few modifications from the spare parts, and then I think I have this thing complete.
So I just try to improve the picture quality, but this is a detective's office, and one of my favorite builds. The detail in this thing is insane.
Mm-hmm.
So up top, yeah, I have the Bat family.
The tiny water tower.
Yeah, super tiny water tower. I've added this guy grilling and this old man with the paper. I think he actually came with the set. So go ahead and lift it up.
God, I love it. Al's Barbershop.
The details, I will show this real quickly. Well, I already skipped a step. I'm going to move my microphone over here. I'm going to this camera over here. Okay. So the whole story with the detective office is they're illegally making cookies because it's Lego, so it can't be drugs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look in there, a full kitchenette,
Ooh.
oven, tons of cookies. You can see the railing inside, a nice detail. And it's kind of basic, but it's cute.
We got that sweet skylight piece on the other side there, along that roof, overlooking the office, right?
Yeah, it's like a little deck you can step out to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The next level, though, this is pretty sweet. I added this woman breastfeeding, but oh, there we go. This is inside the detective's office. So I got a guy on the toilet, but it's a bathroom, which I never built before in Lego. And then this is the detective's office. It's really hard to talk with all this feedback, but I'll make it through. But take a look in there.
So good. So good.
I've got he's Ace Brickman,
Mm-hmm.
his window. And then what I love is the pool light sign.
Oh, that's pretty great.
It says pool. Duh.
Yeah, that's so cool. I love those sets. There were several that I was like, God, I would love to make just like a street.
Oh, that's what I'm doing. I've got the Parisian restaurant, the theater, this building.
The theater is really cool too. That was like the theater was like a corner piece that seemed a lot bigger than the others. Oh, everyone died.
Yeah, everyone fell over. You have the barber shop and the pool hall. Here, I'll just
low battery on that camera.
Low battery.
Yeah. Oh, the ceiling fan made with skis.
Yeah.
Or the snow shoes.
In the barber shop, there's a real mirror, which I won't be able to show you, but there you have it.
I have completed the Mandalorian Starfighter.
Well, Jesse, good for you. Oh, no.
Anyone ever been to Legoland? Framey's asking. I have not. Always been a thought in the back of my mind, but I mean, now I am not interested in going to any large tourist trap like that. That sounded like something broke. Dave was just snapping things in the background. Been to the one in Windsor near London 2 or 3 times. It's awesome. I bet it's awesome. Holy crap. I've been to a Lego store. I actually, the Lego store in New York, near Times Square? No. I can't remember exactly where it was. And I actually think it probably moved since I was there. Because I was there with David back when we were in college. But that was a pretty crazy experience, and I can only imagine how Legoland itself is.
Okay, so
I worked up like a sweat doing that.
I've got the Starfighter put together.
Oh yeah.
So the wings fold up, so you get that nice little landing function. The bottom of the wings a little lackluster, but kind of expected. But they do actually feel pretty sturdy, which is a plus. A little bit of a complaint here. There is a pretty visible gap in the cockpit here. I would have maybe had like a couple bricks kind of raised up to close that gap, but overall, pretty happy with it. It's got a nice profile. Probably 10-year-old me would have played the hell out of this thing.
Oh, for sure. Lift it up, spin the
32-year-old version seems kind of bummed out.
But yeah, so the cockpit kind of okay. I can kind of see the wings are going to kind of get in the way from you going into that. But that could have been because of I added some extra bricks. I moved this was back here and I moved this forward because otherwise it doesn't. If you just have it sitting, it wants to sit at an angle like that. So by adding the extra bricks in there, it gets to kind of sit more at a level thing. I usually do that with some of the excess pieces like these transparent red studs. I just tend to kind of add them,
random detail.
Random detail things, yeah. There was a few smooth pieces here that I had left over, and I just kind of added a few of those in on the top of the wings here, just to kind of, texture it out. But
Nice.
minifigures are excellent, without a doubt. Probably one of the highlights of this set.
How well do they fit in the cockpit? You said it's a twofer,
Yeah, so
2-seater.
let's try this here. I was trying to do it before. Downside is you have to take their blasters out of their hands, and if you're using any of the helmet attachments like the rangefinders, you have to fold those down.
Sure.
Okay, let's see if we can get. Yeah, it looks like you have to really kind of angle them. Really have to angle them back,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it's kind of expected. But it's a cool build. If you've got the extra parts, maybe like to build like a display, to where maybe
Yeah.
it's sitting at an angle, kind of like an action pose. But
Sure.
yeah.
Now, is there any kind of storage space on this as well as the cockpit?
No, that's honestly what I was kind of hoping to see in the build, and I didn't come across one, unfortunately. Everything's all kind of like a solid. This back area is basically like a solid block. So that's a little bit of a downside. You don't have anywhere to really store the weapons. I mean, I guess you could just kind of carefully lay them inside the cockpit, but
Sure.
the minifigures cannot hold them all and get that to
It doesn't matter. My Bo-Katan is sitting on the throne of Mandalore, and that's where she's going to stay. So, and I also heard that this set they're bringing back those big square profile or guns, those pistols that were like part of the older like superhero sets.
I'm not sure how I feel about them because they seem a little bulky. But
nice. I mean, they look better than the goofy like
stud shooters.
Well, like I was gonna say, like the one that's just like it looks like a tonfa almost. It's just 2 bars essentially. At least that you can tell it's a gun.
I kind of liked the pistols that they gave for like Jango Fett and like the Mandalorian figures. They're kind of like a low profile kind of look.
Well, I replaced my Django's pistols with some custom Westars. As well, I replaced Boba's with an E3. My Boba is decked out. He's got custom printed arm pieces, a custom blaster, and a custom jetpack.
Yeah, without a doubt, these are some of the coolest minifigures I've seen print wise. Even just by themselves, yeah. I mean, if you order like some accessories for it, but by themselves, you'll definitely be happy with them.
Hell yeah! Oh yeah, framing the old Lego guns that look like megaphones. They were megaphones. You just flip them around and it's a gun. Mandalorian Fighter looks great. Definitely a few flaws, though. I guess that's what you get for a set that is more on the cheaper side, but a great set for the money.
$60. That's a $60 set. I honestly, I don't know if I would have placed it at that price range. I would say,
yeah, I would have 1 vehicle, 3 minifigures. I would have said 40 to 50.
40 to 50. I think
I think it's because it's got 3 unique minifigures for the moment. Which is why.
If you wait, I guarantee the set will probably go on sale at some point, and that would be the prime time to pick that up.
This holiday season.
Yep. That would be my recommendation.
Oh shit! Can we make this happen, Framey? He says the Mando Fang Fighter, the Slave One, and the Lambda Shuttle together would look great and totally recreate the shot for the Mandalorian.
Ooh.
You guys miss me
Although-
because I have my microphone muted. But I just put in this piece right here.
Have you been talking the entire time?
Yeah, I just realized I muted myself. So, but you guys have been doing a great job. Great show. Really enjoy it so far.
I'm
over
just
here.
I'm glad to be on here. It's been a blast tonight.
I'm glad I could join.
Dude,
I
me
was
too, 'cause I
actually
forgot
at.
to text you.
No, it's fine. I was actually at Audrey and Aaron's baby shower party.
Oh my god.
Baby
that's
shower
weird.
/ housewarming party.
That's so weird.
They say hi, by the way.
Oh my god, I say hi to them. Hello.
Yeah,
We just haven't talked in a long time.
Yeah.
I don't
College
know,
friends.
but hello.
More people from college. God,
Dude,
so long ago now.
It is, but we had such a good time. I was just
Mhm.
talking. I was like, I don't feel like college were my best years. Like I think my best is always ahead of me. But dude, we had fun.
Yeah, I've been back and forth about college because college. I've been out of college. I graduated in 2010, and
That's when I got my bachelor's.
man, yeah, that's when I got.
It's
my
when I graduated
bachelor's.
high school.
You're a
And
child.
Part of me is like, I spent a lot of time playing World of Warcraft. So it was either studying or Warcraft, and I kind of feel like I missed out on some aspects of college life. But then at the same time, I'm like, man, I also had some really fantastic times, like playing that video game with with friends.
Mhm.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Carbondale, SAU Carbondale.
Okay.
Did you just do your bachelor's?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I feel like I didn't have much fun at all until I did my master's, which put me in the TV studio, which led me to meet weirdos like David and all of the people that I still talk to now.
That is the sweetest thing you've ever said to me.
I started off as secondary history education, and I dropped out of the education portion and just did a regular history degree. What I wish my advisor would have said was, maybe you should tack on a minor or stick around for your master's. Like in retrospect.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm teaming with all sorts of historical knowledge, but really no legitimate way to apply it.
Mhm.
On the plus side, though, I don't have any student loan debt, so it's kind of like, go back to school for a little
Yeah.
bit.
No. Get away with what you can. I do have student loan debt, and I am going to be running from it my entire life.
Until I become an
Yeah.
actual bounty hunter and have to.
Yeah, this like quarantine was a lot of things, but it was financially beneficial to me because I didn't have to pay student loans for a while, and that's
Yeah,
going to
buddy.
happen again. That's going to happen again.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm a little bummed considering basically what they did was they told everyone, "Oh, we don't really need that money you're going to pay us back. Here's some money to help you through this tough time." Very grateful, but you proved to me that you don't need the money that you're about to ask from me in a few months.
And now, this pandemic has really raised a lot of interesting questions. Student loan debt, healthcare, jobs that most people look down on were deemed essential, and those people were basically keeping you fed.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of interesting this last year in terms of societal norms.
The places we've gone on this stream.
All over, but I'm happy for the conversation. Like,
yeah, let's talk about Suicide Squad.
Oh my
No,
god,
I'm
that
kidding.
movie's freaking great.
I haven't
It
watched
is really
it.
good.
It's so freaking good.
I love James Gunn so much. St. Louis native, just a fantastic human being. James and Sean.
Have you met him?
I've met Sean twice.
Wow.
We actually rode the train back from C2E2 with him one year. And I met him at Wizard World. I've never met James. But I would definitely, I would not turn down the opportunity. That's for sure.
No. Dude, it just, I can't believe how much better it is. Because remember the last Suicide. Sorry, I can't talk with this reverb in my head anymore.
Suicide.
If you think back to the last
Squad.
Suicide Squad movie, think about how good those first 30 minutes were, and then that movie just tanked. I mean, it was awful. I mean, it was like they just threw the movie into the Sarlacc pit. I mean, we watched that thing get digested over 1,000 years. That's how long I felt like I was in the theater. And then you actually see this movie that just came out. It is so freaking good. And
I
it's
haven't
like
watched it yet, but I've been
DC
hearing
is
good
totally
things.
capable of putting forth an exceptional movies. Totally capable of it. But man, it took us a long time to get here.
Yeah, I feel like they finally understood that what they needed to do was go where Marvel and Disney are afraid to go, which is over the top, like Deadpool level violence and adult theme, which is all that this movie is, and it pays off in droves. And even William in chat says my favorite movie of this year has to be Black Widow. I haven't seen that yet. I'm very much looking forward to it because I've heard there is great character chemistry with her and her family. Yet to see Suicide Squad. Not too much of a DC guy. Honestly, I'm not that much of a DC guy myself. Outside of the Batman stuff, because I grew up on Batman. Being a child born in 1988 with Batman 89. That formed a lot of my childhood. So outside of Batman, I'm not much of a DC guy, but like seeing all these random characters that I didn't know be so compelling and fun throughout this story was just a great breath of fresh air for, people that have been, someone that's been exposed to the same Marvel characters over and over again. Like I love the Loki show, but we've had Loki for a while now. We've had Tom Hiddleston for a long time now.
Yeah.
And seeing this completely new spray of superheroes that are a bunch of misfit screw-ups, essentially, was fantastic. The first Suicide Squad muddied the waters for me, and I'm not really wanting to watch. I would say that just completely forget about that, because I really wanted to like the first Suicide Squad. But I just couldn't. I've watched. The second time I tried to sit down and watch that movie, I turned it off halfway through. I could not enjoy that movie. But this one, I've watched it twice, and I still want to go see it in theaters. And that's as good as a review as I can give it.
I was surprised because I thought for sure it was going to be the Bond movie that was going to get me back in the theater. I did not think Suicide Squad would be. But Gilbert drove up here to Cedar Rapids, and we went and saw it. We blew $80 at a sushi restaurant, and then went and saw Suicide Squad. We got smashed off hot sake. It was a great night.
Hot sake sounds good.
Yeah, I will say I'm planning on seeing Shang-Chi in theaters.
Hyped about it.
Yeah, mostly because it's like I said, it's a breath of fresh air. Like it's somewhere Marvel hasn't gone with a bunch of characters we don't know yet. And from what we've seen in the trailer, some crazy special effects and superpowers that are mystical in nature, and I tend to lean more in that direction as far as the Marvel stuff goes.
I'm excited because this is the first time where I really don't have any clue who this character is. I've never read the comics.
Yeah.
So I'm thrilled.
Yeah. We do know that the Mandarin is a big part of it. And they're bringing back cameos from like I know it was shown in the trailer, a spot where you see Wong fighting the Abomination, and we haven't seen the Abomination since the Incredible Hulk, and apparently he got a complete like redesign to make him look more like his comic book version.
Wait, wasn't the Mandarin that like?
The Mandarin was briefly seen. Well, he was used as essentially a red herring in Iron Man 3.
Okay, I was like
Ben Kingsley, and he was just an actor that was made made up to look like a terrorist doing all these like anti-American videos and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But he was total front man just to spread fear. But now we're seeing the real Mandarin.
Iron Man 3 gets a lot of hate. I think it's great.
It had some fantastic moments. Seeing all those alternate Iron Man suits was pretty freaking awesome, especially all of them coming into that final battle at the end. Seeing Pepper Potts kick ass for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I was never like I was born in '87, so kind of the same thing, like Batman. Like I grew up with like Michael Keaton as Batman, and and obviously the subsequent Batmans. Val Kilmer is the sensitive Batman, and so on. But comic books, I guess for me it was different. I don't want to sound like I'm harping on my parents, kind of thing, but like I comic books. I know David's been told this, but I'd look at comic books and be like, "Can I get this?" And it was no, because my parents viewed it as like crappy reading material. So
There's
like
so
I
much
never got
good
into,
reading material.
yeah, I never got into like the DC Comics or Marvel. So then when they like did Iron Man, that was a joy. That this is like, I think that's kind of maybe the beauty sometimes of seeing like a film adaptation of a comic book or a book without actually seeing those, because then you can't be, I guess, maybe as critical. There's definitely a double-edged sword to reading the book and then seeing a movie of said book.
Remember in 2008, you saw Iron Man. No one knew what it was going to be. It was amazing.
Just to think, Favreau basically launched that whole slew of Marvel movies just because of the popularity of that one movie.
Oh yeah. Is the underwater dragon in the Shang-Chi trailer Fin Fang Foom, do you think? I hope so, because while I don't know a whole lot of the lore behind Fin Fang Foom, I love the name, and I remember him being in a video game, and I remember really liking the story arc. I think it was in one of the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games. But that would be fantastic to finally bring in some of those. I mean, with the Eternals and stuff like this, and Loki and several other things, they're bringing in some of these crazy legendary beings from the Marvel universe. I'm all for it.
Now, do you think we're gonna kind of get like, so we start like Loki's kind of like that one shot deal, WandaVision kind of a one shot deal. Obi-Wan's only one season.
Yeah.
Like kind of makes.
Thanks for joining, William. You have a good night as well.
Yeah, good night, William.
This has been great.
We know we got like Ahsoka coming, Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Which Ahsoka, they're casting Sabine Wren right now.
Yeah, there's 3 different actresses, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you've got the diehards who want the voice actress to actually play the role. They kind of ran it. She could, but they kind of runs into the same thing, like where you've got was it Eckstein? People were upset that she wasn't going to get to be live action Ahsoka. And I do think there's a difference between voice acting on some level, the physicality wise.
Actually, Exxon hasn't done a whole lot of acting on camera. I think that's the difference.
But I liked how they kind of explained, like, Ashley represented Ahsoka at a younger age, and Rosario, kind of brings more of a matureness to the character that I personally enjoyed. But I know some people were really upset about it. So
yeah, Steve, I know that Jess and I both like Rosario as Ahsoka. How did she work for you?
Fantastic. I think she does really well as far as capturing the mannerisms, and honestly, like Ahsoka is such a storied character, a weathered character by this point. She's been through so much shit and has had to sit by and watch so many things happen. With she does what she can, but these are galaxy wide events that she can't really. She has this like hopelessness almost to her performance that really, Ashley Eckstein never really got to be that part of Ahsoka.
Mhm.
Other than like a few choice things, like when at the end of season 6, when Ahsoka leaves the Jedi Order, that was really the only time she really got to portray that. And I think this character is all about that. Rosario's version.
Yeah, I mean the character itself has seen a lot. I mean, you mentioned leaving the Order. I mean, there's a level of she felt betrayed by, the Order that she, that was home.
Those cannons look good.
That was home.
Pew 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 pew.
And then there's that kind of lost, aspect, and and she kind of, in the final season of Clone Wars, she kind of refines herself that she can still help people. In some ways, at that point, I think she has representing what a Jedi is supposed to be more than she was representing, when she was a Jedi, so to speak.
Yeah. God, I really wish Ahsoka could have met Qui-Gon. But Framey says, always said there's enough love to go around. We all love Ewan and Sir Alec as Kenobi. Same goes for Ashley and Rosario as Ahsoka.
That's right.
100% agree. Oh, and I'm breaking Legos. But I will agree. I agree.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, good way to put it. No, it's just that's what I've been enjoying about everything that's come out. The Mandalorian, what's going to be coming out with Ahsoka. I'm expecting the same out of Obi-Wan. Bad Batch is a lot of world building and connective tissue. At the same time, they've been presenting some really there's some really dark elements, and I don't want to go too much into Bad Batch since David hasn't finished it.
I do want to say one thing about Bad Batch.
Do it.
That the only episodes I liked were the ones with Crosshair. They were the darker episodes, which is what I thought the pacing and mood of the entire series would have been.
He's into another bag, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, another bag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna finish it tonight, right?
Yeah, do it.
That is a little bit.
You guys aren't going to bed, right?
Oh no, I'm here. I'm here for the long.
It's 1138 right now for me.
Were you saying about Bad Batch?
I figured that if there was any, like the Mandalorian already kind of played it up a bit, but I thought if there was any instance of them going full on dark, depressing, brutal, it would have been the Bad Batch. And the only times you really got to see that was when Crosshair was on screen.
Okay. I want to talk about a Pacific little story arc there, but the Rancor event. David, have you seen that part?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming you guys pieced that together, that's the Rancor that Luke kills in Return of the Jedi.
Yep.
And I'm not gonna lie, I was a little emotionally upset about this. I grew attached to this Rancor, and knowing that its future outcome was to be crushed by a heavy gate. I mean, there's a humor to it, but there's a darkness to it, and it's just like it's kind of messed up. Like,
oh, I didn't feel bad 1 minute.
You know how many small children are going to watch this show, and they're not going to connect those dots until like maybe another 5 years. Like
Crosshair. Framey says Crosshair brings the tangible peril for the rest of the squad.
Yeah.
He's the one that knows them, and he's the one that more specifically knows their weaknesses, which is why every time they come they come in like conflict with each other. Crosshair seems to be at least one step ahead of them.
Always.
He's an observer, if you think about it. You know, he's
Mhm.
looked at things through, if you will, a scope.
And
A
yeah,
sniper
so
scope.
he's like, so you know, we got Wrecker, who's tough and strong, Tech, who is very logical and tech focused, and Hunter, who's more in tune with his emotions and his senses. Crosshair is kind of a mix of all three of them. In a sense, he is as smart as Tech, he is as perceptive as Hunter, and he's as tough as Wrecker. So he is like he's the Green Ranger, like essentially. He's the one of all of them that could take on the other three.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned he constantly a step ahead. So I don't want to say too much more because like David hasn't.
You can. It's fine.
Hasn't.
And nothing.
So.
We're not going to talk about any specific plot details, but
I mean, there's a lot of darker tones that we've been seeing, and I think it's interesting because there's so many people going, crying about they're wanting these dark tones, and it's just like, but they're there. You're just not seeing them.
Yeah, stop crying, Steve.
Tech, the newcomer to the top Star Wars pilots list. What do you think about that? I don't know. I mean, there was that interesting bit with David. Have you seen the episode with Hera?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was that whole bit with Hera and Tech talking about flying, and Hera's definitely more of a feeling kind of flyer, while Tech is reliant on his instruments,
right,
and calculations, and much more of a methodical and God, I just keep wanting to say tech based. He's tech, but you know what I mean. So but it's at the same time, it's like he's the way Tech is. He's like a droid pilot.
Oh yeah, I get that.
He's never going to be a Han Solo. He's never going to be a Hera Syndulla or a Poe Dameron. He flies by the book.
It's hard to be a Poe Dameron. Tell him your mom jokes in space.
Yeah.
Seriously, I dread not.
You know, Oscar Isaac's going to play Solid Snake.
Yes, it's gonna be awesome. Oh my god, Dune looks incredible.
Yeah, Dune. Oh, that's I'm gonna see that in theaters. That's probably gonna get me back in the theater for sure.
Part of me, so I am a huge fan of the book.
Dune.
Yes. It's weird because I feel like there's a certain portion of like the early 90s that was just an extension of the 80s. But I think it's
and
also,
Moon Knight.
Yeah.
He's going to be Moon Knight too.
I kind of feel like it would also depends on your parent, like your upbringing. But I was kind of essentially like raised as an 80s kid.
Okay.
You know, so like the 80s adaptation of Dune, I have a special place for it in my heart. Because for what it was at the time, it was actually it was a decent movie. Extremely long, but I fell in love with it, and my mom bought me that book, so I read the book. And of course, once you read the book, you go, "Oh, yeah." It's the Sci-Fi Channel tried to do a remake of it, and I found it interesting because the '80s movie got half of the details right, the other half wrong, and then the sci-fi remake got right what the '80s movie got wrong, but got wrong what the '80s movie had right. And
oh my god!
Visually, the trailer-wise for this new one coming out in October looks fantastic. Some of the little details that are getting talked about right now in the marketing has me kind of on edge because I'm sitting here going like, why are we straying from the source material?
Mhm.
I don't really know enough of it to have an opinion.
And that's and that might be the beauty for you, David, because like you haven't like read the book, so you're going in without that biased viewpoint.
I'm just not smart, not knowledgeable.
Framey wonders if they're gonna have a cameo for Sting in the movie. I hope so. I sure hope so.
That'd be fantastic.
Probably completely unrecognizable, but I hope so.
But yeah, I mean, Oscar Isaac's going to be. He plays Leto Atreides in Dune, so it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see him play that role. You mentioned Metal Gear,
And
I actually think
he's.
I think he'll be a fantastic Solid Snake.
Oh yeah.
Really, what that comes down to is unfortunately just about every movie that's ever been based on any somewhat form of a video game has been hot garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's my worry. There is just them really missing the mark.
Wait, what are you talking about? Tomb Raider was awesome.
But speaking of video game movies, I've heard that Free Guy is actually really good.
Yeah, with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, and I'm definitely gonna try to go see that at some point. But back to it, Oscar Isaac. I think he has put out statements saying that he's really into Metal Gear Solid and loves the whole psychedelic, psychological military horror aspect of it.
The alternative history.
Yeah, the alternative history and the the social commentary parts of it. So I'm thinking they're gonna he kind of, you could tell that he was like under some severe NDAs when it came to marketing Rise of Skywalker, Last Jedi. And he was like, he still kept letting seeds through that he wasn't quite happy with how things went.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's gonna be more vocal about this. If this series or if this movie takes a downturn, and he, as a fan of the Metal Gear Solid franchise, doesn't think it's going well, he's probably gonna say something. Might even pull out.
Framey, actually, contrary to I haven't finished Phantom Pain because Phantom Pain came out shortly before Battlefront 2015. And that was also when I was trying to make it big as a Twitch streamer, so I was trying to follow gaming trends. So I never did finish Phantom Pain, but what I did play of Phantom Pain, gameplay-wise, was fantastic. There's actually a really great game there. And since then, the overall story has been somewhat spoiled. And I could kind of see a few of the issues with it, but for the most part, I actually think it's a solid story. You should play Phantom Pain.
Oh yeah. There we go.
It's a good thing if he's passionate about that character too, Steve. I think that they can definitely kind of hey, you guys want me in this movie, you guys need to maybe listen up. On some level, you look at Henry Cavill and how much of a Witcher addict he was, and how much he harassed them to get that role.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because of his love for those books, that has actually helped make that show what it is, and popularity, because he has respect for the source material.
Yeah, and if he were to just walk, they suddenly don't have a show.
Yep.
Like I think that's the major climate shift in movies and TV, is that it's not so much the studios and executives having power, it's the performers, because we as a fan base identify that material with that performer, and suddenly with that performer's not in it, we riot and
Well,
we just blow up the internet.
honestly, if you think about it, the same thing kind of happened with the Kiefer Sutherland doing the voice for unquote Big Boss and Phantom Pain. They threw a riot because David Hayter wasn't doing the voice.
Hmm.
And if you actually play Phantom Pain, you kind of find out what the difference is there. But
Mhm.
but yeah, it's a good example of the fan base. They're used to a voice actor representing a character for so long,
Yeah.
and then they switch it for whatever reason, and then, yeah, it is upsetting. Um, Speaking of The Witcher, though, you mentioned Kansas City, Planet Comic Con. That I was going to go to that Comic Con when COVID hit, and I was so stoked to go because I think you were thinking about going, so I was going to get
Oh
to see.
yeah, I would have been there.
I had a photo autograph session lined up with Adam Savage.
Hmm.
Um, and at that point, I was actually waiting for my. I had already put my application in to the Merc, so I was really excited to basically go and show off my cosplay to Adam Savage. Um, you get his feedback and whatnot, maybe pointers on stuff, but so that really upset me. But I still somewhere in my room, I've got a bag of small plastic gold coins, and I was going to toss them at Witcher cosplays.
So C2E2 2020, which was super early in the year, so before COVID. Fantastic con. It was it wasn't my only con of the year, but it was a lot of people's only con of the year, and it was a damn good one. I had a pound, which I still have the bag. There's still coins in here, chocolate coins that I threw at every Witcher I saw, because there were a lot of them.
Still one of the catchiest songs. Oh my, yeah.
I guess I need to watch that show.
You do. It's David. It's fantastic.
It's good. It's a little confusing because they kind of jump around in the time frame.
Okay.
Like I had to go back and rewatch the first two episodes because it it jumps around, and I was really confused about what was happening.
Extremely well done show. Definitely recommend it.
I just wrote something. I don't know where.
Uh-oh.
But we're good. I'll figure it out.
I will say what's sad about missing Planet Comic Con right now is if you're a Cobra Kai fan, William Zabka, the real hero of Karate Kid, is at Kansas City Comic Con right now.
Yeah, one of the few people that didn't cancel. There were so many cancellations, which I understand a lot.
Yeah,
Paul Servino, the guy from Goodfellas.
Most of them I understand. I know Christian Cage canceled because he's defending his title this weekend, and it was like, okay, that's odd. You had this planned for a while, and then I think he's wrestling with AEW now, and they're just like, fuck that. We're gonna do a title match this weekend.
Well, one of them makes you a lot of money, and the other one makes you maybe still a lot of money, but a little bit less than the other. So.
It doesn't make AEW any money, and they're the ones calling the shots.
Yeah. I sincerely hope that maybe next year things will be better. I actually, I haven't been able to do an actual Comic-Con. And this last February, though, a friend of mine, his son's kind of in the Star Wars. He actually put in a Mandalorian invasion request for his kid's birthday party. So I did actually get to do a trooping event.
Nice.
This year. It was fantastic to kind of see kids kind of light up and get them allow some people to see the character that I've created.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I mean, I've got like a lot of like I mentioned I'm doing this Star Wars themed RP session. I've actually named it the Underworld. Um, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Some of it, I've also been working on my own fan fiction for Star Wars, and it actually the lore and story that I kind of have built for that. I'm kind of bringing that into this RP session, while also kind of allowing my friends to contribute some of those story aspects in there, and I think it's going to be really fun to kind of get that all panned
Hell
out.
yeah.
Bag 8. He's on
Bag
bag
number 8.
Bag 8.
Do you
Look at
see
that
how-
boy. He's so happy.
Do you see how sweaty I'm getting? My hairs are falling down. The last bag.
That's the last bag. Oh, it's only
Last-
8 bags. Wow.
It kind of sounds like you're on that Hot Wings show. Where you did the last stab.
I've done that. I've done that on stream.
So the
Killed
last stab.
myself, murdered myself on stream with hot sauces.
I have 7 of the 10.
Yeah, I've
should do
done
that.
the Hot Ones challenge 3 times now. I want to say all the way through.
Is 10 really that bad?
No, it's nothing's as bad as Da Bomb. Da Bomb is the worst by far. Yeah.
But it's only 8.
Yeah, that's why I think that's why they do it. It's to get that like it's like starting the third act of the show essentially. It's punching them in the face, and then they kind of coast for the rest of it so they can actually get through the final part of the interview.
I did the most recent one that I watched for that was with Elijah Wood. That was really fantastic. Because he kind of said the same thing. He's like, well, yeah, like once you get over this one here, it's like smooth sailing afterwards. You've already had the worst of it.
Yeah, and it's really smart from a showrunner standpoint because it keeps them. It makes them able to finish the show, because if it just got worse and worse and worse from there, they wouldn't be able to function by the end of it. But Framey, what are the next cons each of you are planning to attend? Dragon Con was mentioned earlier. Yes, I'm doing that. Anything else, or waiting for this whole COVID thing to get under some sort of control? Some sort of control is all we can hope for at this point. Luckily, all the big cons are requiring proof of vaccination or a positive test, or a negative test, and requiring masks either way, which is a good step in the right direction. They're also capping attendance, but it's still rolling the dice every time.
It really is. Not really getting into the details. Obviously, we don't want to go into the political aspect of it.
I agree with that.
From my personal point of view, like health-wise, growing up, I was prone to bronchitis and pneumonia. So I have very messed up lungs. My lung capacity is garbage. As a result of it, I don't have the greatest immune system either, because pneumonia messes with your immune system.
Yep.
So, I am vaccinated. I took that my personal decision there. But
Me too.
Safety wise, even with that, at least where we live here, where I'm at least. I'm not sure about up in Iowa or St. Louis, but in Adams County, in Illinois, it's kind of a hot spot right now for the Delta variant, and I've got a number of friends that are vaccinated and have caught it. They're doing okay, but it's just, for me personally, going into those large environments, not quite ready for it yet. I personally don't feel that it's a good choice for me. As what I guess what it boils down to. And it sucks because I miss seeing Steve. Is really like Comic Con's really the only way I get to see Steve usually. I've got other cosplay friends that I've met. That actually thanks to Steve, and I haven't been able to see any of these people. My the Mandalorian Mercs, the Illinois chapter guys. They're truly fantastic. I haven't gotten to do any troops with them yet, and that sucks. But it'll happen one day, and when it does, it's going to be a fantastic time.
I'm scared to see what happens when Steve gets unleashed on the world again.
Well,
Also,
you'll
just us.
it'll be in
3:45.
yeah, hell of a stream.
I got.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I mean, I'm going back out into the wild this Dragon Con. It's gonna be a hefty weekend in Atlanta.
I gotta ask Steve, your Fallout cosplay. I know you based it off your Fallout character in game, which
Kind of.
has a drinking problem.
Yeah, I usually go with the party boy perks.
So before you go over to Comic-Con, do you take a couple splashes of alcohol to get it on your
Oh
breath?
God,
On
it depends. I don't like to. Okay, so the vault suit. The vault suit is mostly it's very form fitting. We'll say that.
Okay.
And the belt is probably a little too small for a guy my size. I usually have to wear that belt on the last notch. So every day I wear that, I don't eat breakfast. And I wait as long as I can to start drinking alcohol because it makes me bloat a little bit. And it makes wearing that costume uncomfortable.
Okay.
And makes me self-conscious and whatnot. But that's why I have the whiskey with me. So if I want to drink, that's I can drink whiskey and not get the bloaty feeling of beer. And then I'll actually eat something around like lunchtime. But I start the day off by not touching anything, food or drink related, except for water.
I think it's a cosplayer thing.
Yeah, I'm vain.
It's mainly because you don't really want to go to the bathroom when you wear a complicated costume because you got to be able to get out of that costume to take care of business.
Yeah, that's also why I prefer to have a room in a host hotel or a hotel that's connected to the convention center, so I can run back to the room and do some business if I need to.
You see, that was going back to your question, Framey. If I could go to a Comic-Con, I was wanting to really do C2E2. Because I've heard great things about that con from Steve, as well as others. There's a lot.
Except for photography, it sucks for photography. Stupid red carpets.
There's a lot of Mandalorian mercs that live kind of in the greater Chicago area there. So just the opportunity to troop with them and hang out would be great. I do know whenever I do get the chance to actually go to that convention, as Steve said, I'm definitely going to book a hotel attached. What is that? McKinley?
McCormick.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Just simply because it's just easier to, in case something on a costume breaks, I can go back to the room quickly and fix it.
At C2E2 2020, I wore Pumat Soul onto the cosplay floor, and literally 10 minutes into the floor, my prosthetic nose started to fall off.
Oh God.
And I ran back to the room, took it off, completely just painted the nose essentially onto my face with body paint, and then got back down. I think I did all of this in 25 minutes and got back down to the big Critical Role photo shoot. Yeah, that was probably the most stress I've ever felt at a con. But it was still a fun time.
I think that's the side of cosplay that people don't see is when you're wearing it, you know every detail, or every part and how it's supposed to. And the moment that something isn't working right, you just know. Like I was actually at Wizard World. I have a comlink piece attached to my right gauntlet, and it it partially came loose. I was able to fix it because I had basically a repair kit out in the car. So it's just little things like that. Um, Cosplay wise, so Galaxy's Edge. Let's circle back to Galaxy's Edge. I guess the positive thing about the pandemic and how Disney had to shut basically all that down for a little bit, they weren't making money. So what did they do? They put some of the Galaxy's Edge costume pieces up for sale online, and I was able to snag one of the belts, and I bought the Sith tunic because I just like darker colors. Um, but fantastic pieces, expensive, but fantastic.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, I would see families of 5, 6, all they just bought
Lightsabers?
robes.
Oh yeah. Um, Tunic. Yeah, I think tunic and belt that probably ran me about $120.
Oh my god.
Um, but here's the thing though, worth it. The quality was there, and I guess that was the nice thing. I don't know if you guys at Celebration, they had that little booth with samples of everything that they were going to sell there, and it was kind of neat to kind of go, yeah, this actually feels great. So that's the cool thing is now I actually have a alternative costume to my Mandalorian. If I'm extending, like a weekend event, I don't exactly have to be a Mando the entire time.
Oh yeah.
Something I want to start looking into is doing makeup in the terms of like doing fake scars.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because the character that I'm building, the Jedi character that I'm building, is basically blind in one eye with a cut mark across the eye. So I want to kind of figure out how to do that, makeup wise. There's different ways to do fake scars, but I think it'd be really cool. Bring a new character to life.
Yeah. Back to the chat for a second here. Having accommodation close by is a pro move. Hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
We stayed on Lakeshore Drive for Star Wars Celebration Chicago and would have liked to have been closer. I can't remember exactly what street Jesse and I stayed on, but it was very close. It was it was about a 10-minute walk, I'd say.
We stayed at the
less
Chicago,
than 10 minutes.
South Loop Hotel.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd say 10-15 minute walk. I think the only day that walk was not enjoyable was when
the blizzard.
It was snowing.
Yeah.
And I had to get up super early to go to the Mandalorian panel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to wake up early because I had to go to the Mandalorian panel.
My brother and I shared a cab with a couple of our North Carolina friends. Well, my North Carolina friends. We had a stormtrooper and a TIE pilot in the cab with us and had costume malfunctions.
Yeah, well, I bet that stormtrooper was having a hard time getting into that cab.
Oh yeah.
Are you guys going to Celebration in Anaheim?
No.
God, no. The only reason I went to Chicago is because it wasn't somewhere that was stupid expensive. Chicago is expensive, but it's not California expensive.
Yeah, California is super expensive.
The snow troopers did love that snow day. I remember there were people outside taking photos.
I actually, one of my favorite memories was when they showed the Rise of Skywalker trailer, I was coming back in side because I was outside doing the Mandalorian Merc group photo. And it was super windy that day, so we're out there, and my back plate got ripped off from the wind. And so one of the multiple photos they took, you can see my back plate in the air.
That's
So,
great.
of
Way
course,
to
I
go for
panic.
that.
Yeah, I panic because it's just like it flew up, and then it hit concrete. Um, but then it was like, yeah, like I was worried about
God.
losing my back plate.
That was
walking back.
watching that trailer was one of the moments I remember. God, it was like it's such a complicated memory because I remember in that moment feeling so good and hopeful and amazed, and I remember my brother and I standing among this crowd of people. And by the end of it, look over at each other, and we both got tears in our eyes, and so does everyone around us. And then I'm like, then I see the movie, and I'm just like, oh God, what?
Well, I just remember coming back inside too, and David's like, "Did you see the trailer?" And I'm like, "What trailer?" He's like, "What do you the trailer?" And and he's just like, "They showed the trailer for Rise of Skywalker. Where have you been?" I was like, "Well, I was outside doing this." So I had to watch it on David's phone. Because we were at the either the photo op for Janina, or I think it might have been Daniel Logan, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It was
good
one of the
old
photo
Gina.
ops.
Friend of the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she loves the show.
Now she does.
But Steve gave her a button. See,
Sure
Here's one of the original Blast Door buttons here.
David was giving them out like candy. I had to give her one.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't supposed to do that.
We had Framey. We had Saber Guild members staying at our hotel in Chicago. They were also awesome, very kind and personable. I know at least one member of the Saber Guild. We went to Jesse, I believe you were with.
We went to that pizza place.
Yeah, we went to a Saber Guild party at a local pizzeria. Met Flynn, who was
Flynn.
who's a member. Flynn's a member of that group. He was also the guy that created the New York Jedi back in the day.
That's cool.
Started the whole like lightsaber club kind of.
There's a lot of
thing.
drama, costume club drama with that.
Oh yeah.
So we'll kind of steer clear of that. But
yep, legal battles and whatnot.
Company.
But yeah, they were all super cool.
Yeah, the company was great, but I'll have to say the pizza was crap.
Yeah.
I was not impressed with that pizzeria. I've had better pizza in Chicago.
You've been holding on to that ever since that day, and now you've been able to finally complain about that.
Yeah, that pizza will forever haunt me.
In our hotel, we had probably like half of the Carolina 501st garrison in our hotel. Jesse, I know you were probably too worn out one night, but Mikey and I went down to the hotel lobby and hung out with them for a while one night. Got introduced to the TK Punch, the Trooper Killer Punch, which is a cocktail that they like to bring.
That would have been because I only wore my kit that Friday, and that Friday absolutely destroyed me physically.
Yeah, I think that was it. So Framey's asking, what were our top Star Wars Celebration moments? Oh boy, I have to say one for me before Jesse and David go, because I got it right here. The top of my bookshelf. I'm not gonna move my camera, but I have. Oh, you can kind of see him up there. He's right there, right there. That is the Gentle Giant Darth Malak bust. That was a 2011 Celebration exclusive, and when it came out, I'm a huge Knights of the Old Republic fan. Especially Darth Malak. I think he's a fantastic villain. When that came out, I was all over the internet trying to get one, but the people that bought them weren't willing to give them up, and I happened to find this one at a random seller's booth at Celebration for $150, and I'm just like standing at the edge of the booth Googling how much it's going for on eBay, and it was a good deal, so I immediately bought it.
I remember you showing that to me.
I was with
at
you.
the hotel room, and you were like, "Dude, check this out! I got this huge steal on it," and you were so pumped.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna pick them up. I've already broke it once. The lightsaber. There's a point on the lightsaber that's pretty thin, right on the emitter. Yeah. But God, the detailing on him is so good. $150 for a Gentle Giant limited piece, and you can even take the jaw casing off.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I have plans to cosplay as Darth Malak. Don't know when it's going to happen, but it will happen.
Yeah. Other top moments. I don't want to go into too much detail. This kind of goes back to our other hotel roommates.
There we
go. So that Thursday at Celebration was the Costume Club mixer, which they had at the Field Museum. And I went to that with the other two people that, because it was Steve, his brother Mikey, myself, and two others. But I went to this event, and it honestly kind of somewhat left a sour taste in my mouth when it came to the clubs, simply because I was seeing the not so nice side. Yeah, the elitism. Thank you. And kind of hearing about this from one of the people that we were staying with.
A group of people that want to dress up as bad guys. Who'd have thought they'd be assholes?
So I was kind of feeling a little down on that, and that was Thursday night. I'd say the only cool person I met, and I actually got to march with him in the Mandalorian Death March that Friday afternoon. Really cool guy. His name's Tito, and he's got this fantastic Mando kit. So I was like, oh, at least, okay, here's a cool guy, and he's not, because when this other person found out that I wasn't an official merc, the tone changed, and the other people that I'd been introduced to, when they found out I wasn't an official, the tone changed. So I was a little bummed out.
Isn't that just crazy?
It's
people
crazy,
are that anal.
But so Tito kind of turned that around. And then that Friday when I went over to the Mandalorian Merc booth, Tom Hutchkins, Mandalore the Uniter, was there. And I had talked to Tom a few times through Facebook, just looking for various part upgrades. Old leather holsters and pouches from World War II are popular items for Mando kits, so I was wanting to know where to get these, like on affordable. And Tom was able to kind of point me in the right direction. So I went up to him, introduced myself in person, and they were like, "Well, we're getting ready to do this," and I'm like, "Well, I'm not official." And Tom goes, "That doesn't matter." He said, "You're going to march with us." So marching outside for the photo, I got to march with Mandalore the Uniter, and his kit is just phenomenal. And then we were kind of like mustering in this area, and I ran into Tito again. So it's just a really great experience. Because like I said, I was doubting if I really wanted to be a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
But that Friday, actually getting to talk to other members, like from the Illinois chapter, getting to meet Tom, it was just one of those things that turned it around and was like, yeah, I need to do this in the next year, is get my kit, up to par. Yeah, so that just really, that inclusiveness really on a cosplay level felt good.
That's awesome.
I got to meet Charles Soule, and it was fantastic.
David, looks like you're almost done there, bud.
Oh yeah, although I have a bunch of extra pieces, so I'm really concerned. Oh, this is the little stand here for the 20 year, so that won't take
Okay.
a lot of effort here to build. But yeah, guys, I appreciate you staying true, keeping this stream going, so I could finish. And so now we can take a look at the ship. 4 hours. 4 hours,
4 hours.
and we got the build done. This is pretty impressive. We started this just after 8 o'clock.
A little bit after 8, yeah.
What was that, Jesse?
Yeah, it was a little bit after 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 hours for sure.
And here we go. So I'm going to show this bad boy off.
Hell yeah.
That's not
And
good.
then
Oh, no.
then he
that's not
drops
good
it.
at all. Uh-oh. So as far as like a structure, stability, it's a really nice build. Fragile on the sides, but like it's pretty sturdy. When I compare it to the Razor Crest, though, I probably should put it in front of the camera. When I compare this to the Razor Crest, it's not as durable of a build, and I definitely can sense that like the fins on the side, they're just on a little pivot screw, so they're gonna rotate based on the angle. So they're pretty responsive, so that's pretty cool.
There goes Han.
That's good. Yeah, there goes Han. I would say like this is kind of like disappointing. The door, the ramp door, right? If I show you guys, they're just 4 long pieces. There's nothing like keeping the tip like even. I don't know if you're able to really pick this
Yeah.
up, but
Well, it's not really flush, is it?
It's just kind of loose there.
Yeah.
yeah, and then it's like there's nothing in here that Han can like attach to. So he's like in there.
Those are the missing pieces you forgot to put in.
But he's just gonna fall out every time I go to, But now I say that. Oh, there goes Han again. Okay.
He's gone.
I like
This actually
the
happened
bottom.
also.
Like the detail is actually pretty respectable. The engine's
Yeah.
back there.
Yeah, for that
I
scale,
am
it's
bummed,
decent.
guys. There's not a seismic charger. I thought
Well,
for
then-
sure you'd have to build a seismic charger for this set.
It's where the handle is.
Huh?
It's where the handle is.
Okay. Well, damn, you're right.
Yeah, it would be right there.
I would rather have a seismic charger
Yeah,
than a
I
handle.
know.
A little disturbing thought, though. Yeah, if you think about it, like if Boba were to get into like a really intense dogfight, shields goes out and they hit the compartment that stores those. Like
Oh, yeah.
do they need to be like activated first before them to actually be like you know what I'm saying? Like, can they be
Yeah.
shot and it's not really a problem, or do they?
I'm assuming for ordnance like that, it has to be armed before it will detonate. But in Star Wars, the only instance of bombs we have are in the infamous Last Jedi scene that I would rather just not talk about. So I don't know.
Guys, I have an alarming high number of extra pieces, and I'm just
No,
left here to think I did something wrong.
Yeah, David, I actually had quite a bit here myself. I actually still have a kind of a handful.
Yeah, but there's pieces like I got these extra pieces. I don't know why I have them.
There's really only 3 pieces here that go. That's a little odd for me to have extra of these, but
Oh boy.
I at this point I probably have an abundance of these visor and rage finder antennas.
Oh yeah.
Well, Framy's asking if the slave one has to stay in the landed position or is there a stand, and it has to stay landed. But it looks really good. And I just want to show you Zuckus. This guy who I'm blanking on.
Forlom.
Yeah. We got live YouTube, folks. We're doing a Lego build at 12:25 in the morning. All right, there's Boba Fett.
Now, on Boba,
Han.
did they do printed arms? Does he have any prints on his arms?
Nope. And here's the thing. I gave up a long time ago trying to collect every version, every minifigure of every character. It's too much.
Oh yeah.
So I
There are
guess-
some that go for a hell of a lot now.
So I guess Han can fit in this thing.
Yeah, the new carbonite thing. There's like a little thing for Han to kind of grapple behind it.
Yeah,
No?
that was the same piece they used in the carbon freezing chamber, which is another one of my favorite sets.
He's got like two little pegs, and I also appreciate the detail on the side.
Mm-hmm.
You actually get like the computer buttons, and it's printed. It's not a sticker.
I actually have one of the old Han and carbonite brick pieces.
I do
for
too.
Loki.
I from the original Slave one.
Yeah.
Well, hey friends, I thoroughly enjoyed this. This was a last minute idea. We did this basically for ourselves, because it wasn't really convenient for anyone else to start streaming at 8:20 and go till 12:30 in the morning. But I thoroughly enjoyed this. Frammy, you're the one that has stayed with us. We'd love to know what you thought about this stream, what we could do differently. Steve, this is the first time that I've done a 2-camera Lego live build. I need to find a way to make the T3i not shut off every 25 minutes. But aside from that, how do we feel about it?
I think it's fantastic. I love watching live Lego builds of sets that I know I'm never going to buy. So, yeah, this is fantastic. Let's do some UCS stuff.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine what's the UCS set we should get? The A-Wing. It's the most affordable, right?
Yeah.
Jesse, what do you think?
We'll all buy the Millennium Falcon, and
Oof.
we'll all race each other.
We can all go in on the Millennium Falcon. Yeah.
Jesse,
you happy with this live stream?
Oh yeah, definitely. I was kind of like, man, because I was off today. I was like, what am I gonna do today? Like, and then like you just kind of started shooting. I was just like, yeah, that sounds great. I was like, I'm gonna go get this set. It's just a blast to be able to talk to you guys. It's been too long. Life's been chaotic, I think, for all of us, but it's always good to get in touch with everybody and see some familiar faces in chat as well. It's always refreshing too. I'm still here. I usually lurk when they're doing the shows these days, but just always know there's a Mandalorian always lurking somewhere in the shadows.
Feels good to know. Friends, this is the end. The build is over. The stream is over. I have to go to bed. My wife texted me 35 minutes ago asking if I was still building a Lego set. And she can hear me now. So we're going to close this one up. And hopefully I see you all in the morning. I will. She's great. See you guys soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for watching Beyond the Blast Doors. Be sure to subscribe to our channel. Don't forget, give us a thumbs up and leave a comment. Beyond the Blast Doors, a Star Wars conversation.